taking too much finger build up the facts. So me on the nutrition facts. It they in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats by percent. Unless you're on the right track. You feel zoom in on the nutrition facts. It they in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 20% and more that good for you. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You feel zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and Japan.
What do you got?
I feel stressed out. 2 months from my baby and a peer problem with breastfeeding. The baby not get enough milk like when I'm in the hospital.
So why you never tell me?
I didn't even know. I not rest. A peer problem with breastfeeding. People keep on telling me something to give the baby bush tea and say it good for him. Then my friend them tell me say if I breastfeed, my breast are gonna drop.
No go so. A 5 hour me breastfeed. I don't know my breast them. No make nobody stress you out. Because if you're stressed, you're not going to produce enough milk. I better ask your nurse or your doctor. Me hear them matter about breastfeeding support with the clinic. Then teach the young mothers how to breastfeed properly. And take care of the picnic. Then teach our family to, you know.
I'm going to eat Friday when I go clinic.
And make sure you ask about the breastfeeding support group and join.
Thank you, Mommy. I don't know what me to do without you.
Breastfeeding is an act of love that bonds mothers and babies and provides mothers protection by lowering their risk of developing cervical and breast cancer. Breast is best. This is a message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock. We're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
In Jamaica, there needs to be one law for all. Every member of this society, regardless of profession, finances, or the area you live in.
I have some bad news.
The company didn't get the contract?
The money they paid us for it has gotten out.
Are you serious?
I'm afraid so, and I understand that there are going to be corruption charges.
Minister, please come with us, sir.
Breaking news. A senior politician and senior civil servant have been charged for corruption.
Thank God not all of them stay, sir.
Build integrity. One law for all.
A message from NIA. Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
Nah, click on your link for my liquor brother pre that slap bro, we no need that. And the next thing them type a song they are listening online, what kind of thing that some big man pose up on them profile and a put chat to a small child. Watch yourself on social media when you a post boxes, no do nothing too wild. What if your liquor brother said a post ya? What if your bro dead in another crime video ya? What if your little sister fi take a one pic and it a put up everywhere like it's a poster? Before me share the post the pic, I ask myself what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before me ask what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before me ask what if so before you share the post the link, just ask yourself what if yeah. When you're there online, make it a new day at the rhyme. Keep up with the time. Broadcasting Commission, I remind you.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever get yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information. A maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country give citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit jampja.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
We and the youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. You remember the youth, them are we future leaders, policy creators, decision makers. As if them are not just the cornerstone, but a crucial part to a better tomorrow. United against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption.
Message from the Integrity Commission.
Washing your hands properly can help keep you and others safe. Remember to wash often, especially before eating or touching your face.
We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life, what we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good, I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good, yeah. Come together as one, I make the violence the world. Yeah.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Aspiring gunman, badman, young dance, liquor shotters, the 14, the 15, the 16-year-olds. You still have time to change your future and enjoy your life. No lock, no gun for no guy. And no bother hang with no crowd that is always getting into trouble. Think about your family, your father, your mother, your granny. Some of you good and all have son or daughter. It's not worth it, my youth. Choose freedom.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold no portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Speeding kills. Obey the speed limit. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock. We're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. You fi check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats. 5% or less in the on the right track. You fi zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You fi zoom in, check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in, check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in, check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You fi zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and JAP.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you.
obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
BGLC, the regulatory body. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know where they are. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules setter. Keep everything fair so the game play better. The Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Most major illnesses that affect Jamaicans are caused by unhealthy lifestyles. Over 50% of Jamaicans are overweight. 1 in 3 Jamaicans has high blood pressure. 1 in 8 Jamaicans has diabetes. 17% of Jamaicans have high cholesterol. A healthy lifestyle can reduce the risk of most of these diseases. Things like regular exercise and adequate rest can play an important role in maintaining good health. The other major consideration is eating healthy. The question is, how do you walk into a restaurant or fast food outlet and identify the healthier menu items? Better For You is an initiative to help Jamaicans to eat healthier. Restaurants and fast food outlets can voluntarily participate by identifying the items on their menu that meet the food-based dietary guidelines for Jamaica. These menu items would be easily identified with the Better For You logo, so customers can quickly identify healthier meal options by looking at the menu or menu board. Once they see the Better For You logo, they can confidently order that menu item, knowing that it's a healthier choice. Better For You will help Jamaicans to make better choices and prompt restaurants to add better options to their menu. Better For You is better for everyone. Good health begins with better choices.
na 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 na. We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah, yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. What we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the one.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold a portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused. I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Join the conversation focusing on Jamaica's development. Tune in to the post-cabinet press briefings, Wednesdays live at 9 a.m. with a rebroadcast at 9 p.m. right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. If you check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats. 5% or less in on the right track. You for zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You for zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and JAP.
Diabetes is high glucose level in the bloodstream. In Jamaica, we have 236,200 people living with diabetes that are known. It's a chronic illness, therefore it's not curable, sad to say, but it can be controlled through proper monitoring such as dieting, exercise, medication, the checking of the glucose level, and consultation with your physician. It is our duty to give care to patients that are diabetic. Whether you're a member or non-member, you can see our consultations. We have a wide range of services that we offer to patients, such as diet plan, our diabetes education, also to teach patients about diabetes, how to monitor themselves and to manage diabetes, to check their blood glucose level and how to treat themselves. At the DHA, we have our Life for a Child program that's for patients 0 to 25. What we offer to them is free insulin, free Lancet, free blood sugar machine, also education and support group for them. You can call us at 927-6774 and you can speak with Nurse Nicorine Knight. She's a clinic coordinator and she will educate you and walk you through the step of what is to be done.
In 2024, Jamaica recorded a 14% reduction in road fatalities when compared to 2023. This progress would not have been possible without the commitment and collaboration of our road safety partners. Let's hear from some of them as they share their contributions and ongoing efforts to make our roads safer for everyone.
I am Colonel Daniel Price, Director General of Road Traffic at the Island Traffic Authority. In 2024, Jamaica lost 365 lives to road crashes. This represents a 14% reduction when compared to 2023. Among the many initiatives undertaken last year, the ITA conducted over 200 public education sessions in educational institutions, community groups, as well as private and public sector companies. We partnered with key stakeholders to drive home the message of road safety and certified 39 driving instructors in accordance with the Road Traffic Act. And we launched the Caribbean Development Bank-funded Road Network Safety Assessment Program. This year, we seek to double our efforts as we look forward to further reduction in road crashes and fatalities. We encourage all road users to be cautious and obey the rules of the road as we aim to stay alive in 2025.
My name is Sidoni Preddy, and I'm the lead for youth and education programs at the JN Foundation. The National Helmet Wearing Coalition is an initiative being implemented by the JN Foundation in collaboration with the National Road Safety Council and funded by the FIA Foundation. It was launched March 21st, 2024, with the aim of promoting the use of certified helmets through advocacy and public education. For this year, we plan to continue all our engagement activities, continue to advocate for the policies and practices to be in place to promote safe helmet wearing, and to launch our communication campaign, and to finally continue much needed research to ensure that we have all the information needed to promote safe helmet wearing. Remember, stay alive in 2025.
I'm Ralston Smith, Managing Director of the Transport Authority. As a Transport Authority, our primary mandate is to monitor and regulate public passenger transportation sector. The safety of all our drivers, conductors, commuters, pedestrians, and indeed all users of the road is of serious concern to us. We urge all drivers, motorcyclists, cyclists, commuters, and pedestrians to prioritize road safety and respect each other's rights. We at the Transport Authority want to remind all road users of some key safety tips. Among them, obey the speed limit and adjust to road conditions. Wear seat belts and ensure passengers do the same where required. Avoid distractions while driving, such as using phones, eating, and sightseeing. Be visible and cautious as a cyclist or a pedestrian. And finally, share the road and show courtesy to all road users. We continuously encourage our drivers to drive with care and stay alive in 2025.
Hello, Jamaica. My name is Omalura Wilson, and I am the Public Education and Awareness Manager at the National Council on Drug Abuse. According to our Drug Prevalence Survey of 2023, drunk driving has increased to 17.5% across society. It's not a good look. But the National Council on Drug Abuse is here to help. And through our mandate, we have executed many initiatives in 2024, including our pop-up shops across northeastern and western region with the Island Traffic Authority, and of course the iconic exhibition at Freedom Street. In 2025, we are not falling short. Look out for us as we continue to sustain this campaign to level the liquor across Jamaica and to ensure that every Jamaican stay alive in 2025.
A production of the Island Traffic Authority, steering safety, inspiring change.
Jamaica is your homeland. You are not homeless or stateless. What we are trying to build here is a place where every Jamaican can feel proud and comfortable to come back home. That's what we want to build here, your homeland. And if you're finding it difficult where you are, come back here. Ackee and saltfish was always good. It's on the tree, you can get it. Don't stay there and suffer. Come back home. But as I said before, don't come back here to destroy your homeland and what we have been working very hard to create so that you wouldn't have had to leave in the first place. And as I said, we have been making strides in that regard. So expect to be dealt with a firm hand if your intent is criminal. Come back and let us build your homeland so that you can stand up with pride with the citizens of the world about your country. That you don't have to be economic refugees. That's what it is about. Disabuse yourself of this notion that you can only make it through crime and therefore you're going to join a gang and become a part of the problem. I appeal to all of you who have been exposed overseas and see what prosperity is like. Come back home and let us work together to build the prosperous nation that Jamaica is destined to be.
What if I told you that you own thousands of acres of land, more than 100 companies with over 100,000 employees and billions in the bank? Well, I have news for you. You do. Jamaica belongs to you, and you need expert protection to safeguard those assets for your future, your children, and your children's children. And you already have it. A key protector is our Auditor General, whose role is outlined by the biggest, baddest law in all the land, the Constitution. The Auditor General's main job is to examine the financial reports of all public entities to ensure that they are accurate and that public funds are used appropriately and effectively to deliver public goods and services without waste, theft, and mismanagement. Here's how it's done. A team of highly trained auditors reviews and verifies that the right amount of money is spent on only what's approved in the national budget and in accordance with the laws and policies that protect public resources. Now, the right amount of money can be spent on the right things and Jamaicans still no benefit. So the Auditor General assesses the outcome for programs and projects as well. Audit reports will also contain recommendations to improve the operations of the audited entity, and the findings are submitted to the Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, the PAC. Every year, an annual report is submitted by December 31. Both government and opposition MPs serve on the PAC, and they summon public entity managers to answer questions so that they and the public, the real owners, yes, you, can understand what went wrong and how to prevent a recurrence. What are some things that can and do go wrong? Cost and time overruns, missing financial reports, unreported losses, unauthorized spending, unsupported payments, unlawful contracting, undisclosed conflict of interest, and more. Though the AG identifies the abuse of laws and policies, the law does not empower that office to penalize or sanction, but it does empower the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. It is also the duty of other anti-corruption and law enforcement bodies to grab the baton and investigate to ensure penalties are applied when appropriate. But the AG alone can't watch all. So when things don't look straight, the Minister of Finance, members of Parliament, Cabinet, public servants, and importantly, you must blow the whistle and the AG will look deeper. So this is where you come in, with 4 things you can do to strengthen those who are fighting to protect our future. Tune into PBCJ on Tuesdays for the PAC and mind your business, Jamaica. It's our belongings, but we have to move like we understand that. And next time you hear a news report about the AG, you just left it up to the media. Visit the AG's website at www.auditorgeneral.gov.jm and check out the findings yourself. Then, keep track of how government has fixed the issue or not at www.jampja.org's accountometer. And if you're not happy with what you see, it's your job to contact your employees. It's easy when you visit the MP tracker on jampja.org. This is how we can do our part to make Jamaica land we own, Jamaica land we love, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter portal, funded by the European Union and UK Aid.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease, persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions, the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding, and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Today, we can report 2 consecutive years of reduction in major crimes and murders, with a significant reduction of almost 20% in murders for 2024.
Between January 2022 and January 2025, we have reduced murders by 51%, and January 2025 had the lowest monthly murder count since September 2014.
Our efforts have also resulted in the reduction of active gangs by 50%. We continue to increase firearm seizures, and in more communities, we are experiencing less violence. We will realize our vision of Jamaica as the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire in peace and prosperity.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock, we're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. If you check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats. 5% and less in on the right track. You for zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You for zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and JAPNet.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold no portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused. I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today. Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you. Obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Get ready to be inspired. Join us on PBCJ's Giving Hearts, the show that celebrates kindness, compassion, and generosity.
So we try to give books, shoes, lunch snacks, and uniform allowance.
We'll share powerful stories of individuals and organizations making a difference across the island each week.
My mother and I felt the need to keep helping children with special needs and other children.
From ordinary people doing extraordinary things to organizations driving positive change.
And we haul up garbage, whether with our nets, hooks, picks.
Giving Hearts will warm your heart and inspire you to take action. Don't miss Giving Hearts, airing Sundays at 8 p.m. with a rebroadcast on Tuesdays at 6:30 p.m. exclusively on PBCJ, the People's Station.
If you want to volunteer, definitely do it. You get actually a rewarding feeling after.
Join the movement. Spread love. Give from the heart. Giving Hearts, Sundays at 8 p.m., Tuesdays at 6:30 p.m. on PBCJ. Follow us on social media at PBC Jamaica for updates and more inspiring stories.
Denise Williams here, inviting you to join us on Financially Focused, the ultimate destination for go-getters who are ready to take the step-by-step actions to master your finances and create a family legacy. Tune in, watch, take notes, and participate to discover the strategies of our expert guests who provide invaluable guidance and powerful coaching tools to supercharge your financial journey.
Tune in to Financially Focused, Thursdays at 8:30 p.m. only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Come with us to Lime Tree Lane, where life is sometimes sour, but sometimes sweet.
I was in the bar yesterday, trying to convert over two man. And my hand make mistake and bungs down them drinks. And the other one said to me, "Why if you right enough and you cut it off, boss?" And same time the two of them just hold me down and cut the hand.
Have a laugh and settle into Lime Tree Lane. Join us Mondays to Fridays at 7 a.m.
And when they done their feet for you, you understand me? No wonder the boy was having a high. No, come back here. Where do you think you're going? Let me go check in bed.
Only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, to providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock. We're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you. Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. If you check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats. 20% or less in the on the right track. You feel zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You feel zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and JAP.
Diabetes is high glucose level in the bloodstream. In Jamaica, we have 236,200 people living with diabetes that are known. It's a chronic illness, therefore it's not curable, sad to say, but it can be controlled through proper monitoring such as dieting, exercise, medication, the checking of the glucose level, and consultation with your physician. It is our duty to give care to patients that are diabetic. Whether you're a member or non-member, you can see our consultations. We have a wide range of services that we offer to patients, such as diet plan, our diabetes education, also to teach patients about diabetes, how to monitor themselves, and to manage diabetes, to check their blood glucose level, and how to treat themselves. At the DHA, we have our Life for a Child program that's for patients 0 to 25. What we offer to them is free insulin, free Lancet, free blood sugar machine, also education and support group for them. You can call us at 927-6774 and you can speak with Nurse Nicorine Knight. She's a clinic coordinator and she will educate you and walk you through the step of what is to be done.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means how your money will protect as it happen we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock. We're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
We want a piece for Jamaica. We have to be our brother's keeper. Jamaica live good, I make we enjoy life. Want we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today. Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you. Obey the road code.
pay your ticket on time and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Most major illnesses that affect Jamaicans are caused by unhealthy lifestyles. Over 50% of Jamaicans are overweight. 1 in 3 Jamaicans has high blood pressure. 1 in 8 Jamaicans has diabetes. 17% of Jamaicans have high cholesterol. A healthy lifestyle can reduce the risk of most of these diseases. Things like regular exercise and adequate rest can play an important role in maintaining good health. The other major consideration is eating healthy. The question is, how do you walk into a restaurant or fast food outlet and identify the healthier menu items? Better For You is an initiative to help Jamaicans to eat healthier. Restaurants and fast food outlets can voluntarily participate by identifying the items on their menu that meet the food-based dietary guidelines for Jamaica. These menu items would be easily identified with the Better For You logo, so customers can quickly identify healthier meal options by looking at the menu or menu board. Once they see the Better For You logo, they can confidently order that menu item, knowing that it's a healthier choice. Better For You will help Jamaicans to make better choices and prompt restaurants to add better options to their menu. Better For You is better for everyone. Good health begins with better choices.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yo, what are you? Oh man, none of that. Yo, no brother, no man. Mash up that man.
You see you ever play ref? Dirty game, man.
Yeah, but I look a bad game. No, I said, person to come from brother, I want to live good, man. I don't live good, brethren. No shake can make you play a little ball, brethren.
Really have to shake hand?
Yeah, man, and no badness, brethren. Just live good, man.
Come together as one and make the violence done.
I'm not allowed to speak for myself. They make all the decisions.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere by myself. They're afraid I'll escape.
See how my hand and face bruise up? Them beat me because me say me tired.
I'm only 13, but they said if I work harder, they will allow me to go home.
Me no have no birth paper, no ID. Them take all of my documents, them.
Victims of human trafficking are all around us and they need our help. Forced labor is one of the many forms of human trafficking. If you see something, say something. Report suspected cases of human trafficking. Call the nearest police station, 119 or 888 PROTECT.
Once upon a time in a Caribbean island known for its rich culture, natural beauty, lived a group of people who were buried in piles and piles and more piles of paper. Papers spanning back to the start of time. Then came a bright idea, harnessing technology to work smarter and not harder. The government of Jamaica is improving its operations to serve citizens better. Many services are now available online, and there's more to come. The government of Jamaica, building a better public sector for all.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and that's just so it's set, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file their declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I wonder who that somebody be. No, sir. Let me look for my glasses. Oh, how does my day look like right, sir? It's Lottie, walk on. Me glad for see you, Roy. Although things never go on for you, America, me glad say you there.
Yes.
Lift your head high.
Yes.
Stay out of trouble.
Yes.
And you can have a fresh start back home.
All right, Mr. P. Thanks, you hear?
Let's all work together for a fresh start back home.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The hurricane season runs from June 1 through November 30. It normally peaks between August and October. Be prepared. Secure the outside of your home. Check the roof of your house and repair.
Welcome to PBCJ's live coverage of the Senate. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. Before we begin, did you know that at the first meeting of a newly appointed Senate, or when there is a vacancy, Senators elect a president and a deputy president? A minister or parliamentary secretary may not hold office as president or deputy president of the Senate. On this session's agenda, the Constitution Amendment of Section 61 Act 2024 is to be taken. Section 61 in the Constitution speaks to the final authorization of new legislations or laws. The move to adjust Section 61 is in alignment with Jamaica's journey to rewriting the Constitution and becoming a republic. In June 2022, the Jamaican government announced its intention that Jamaica become a republic by the time of the next general election in 2025. This is being piloted by the Ministry of Constitution and Legal Affairs and a Constitution Reform Committee. The process will include 2/3 majority vote in Parliament, along with a referendum. The Data Protection Disposal of Personal Data Regulations 2024 is also down to be taken. You should know that under the Data Protection Act, personal data must be processed fairly and lawfully, and must not be obtained by deception or any misleading information. There must be a legitimate reason for processing the data. The data subject must expressly consent to the processing of their data, and such consent must be informed, freely given, specific, and unequivocal. The data subject must be provided with all the relevant information regarding the processing of their personal data, which would enable the data subject to make an informed decision. Personal data must not be kept for longer than is necessary and must be disposed of in accordance with any regulations once passed under the Act. Now, not everyone should have access to your personal data. Data controllers who process personal data must register with the Information Commissioner, as processing of personal data without being registered is an offense. And that's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that the Welcome to PBCJ.
in the offerings there. So that's my recommendation for today. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Scientific Research Council for the financial year 2022-2023. Annual report of the Minister of Labour and Social Security for the financial year 2023-2024. the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2025 and its resolution under the Minimum Wage Act, the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order of 2025 and its resolution under the Minimum Wage Act, Annual Report of the University Council of Jamaica for the financial year 2014-2015, Annual Report of the University Council of Jamaica for the financial year 2018-2019, the National Correctional Services Policy for Jamaica, White Paper number 01 of 2025 entitled The National Correctional Services Policy for Jamaica, Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Number 1 Order 2025 and its resolution under the Bauxite Production Levy Act, Annual Performance Report of the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development for the financial year 2024-2025. Report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on Green Paper number 3 of 2023 entitled Job Description for Members of Parliament of Jamaica and recommend a plan of action for standards of performance and accountability for parliamentarians. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Postal Corporation of Jamaica for the financial year 2023-2024. The Provisional Collection of Tax Income Tax Order 2025 Confirmation Resolution under the Provisional Collection of Tax Act. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement Proclamations, Rules and Regulations 842A, Volume 148, dated Wednesday, April 9, 2025, number 137A, enclosing the Provisional Collection of Tax Income Tax Order of 2025 under the Provisional Collection of Tax Act. The Provisional Collection of Tax General Consumption Tax Order of 2025 Confirmation Resolution under the Provisional Collection Tax Act. The Jamaica Gazette Supplements, Proclamations, Rules and Regulations 957, Volume 148, dated Tuesday, May 6, 2025, number 160, enclosing the Provisional Collection of Tax, General Consumption Tax Order of 2025 under the Provisional Collection of Tax Act. Government of Jamaica Financial Statements of the Consolidated Fund for the year ended March 31, 2025. Ministry Papers entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues number 24 to 27 of 2025, dated October 7, October 14, October 22, and October 28 of 2024, respectively. Ministry Papers number 28 to 31 of 2025, dated November 4, November 11, November 18, and November 25 of 2024, respectively. Ministry Papers number 32 and 33 of 2025, dated December 2, 2024, and December 9 of 2024. The Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Dwight Burke, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declaration with the Integrity Commission for the period 2022 and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Van Rick Preddy, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the years 2019, 2021, and 2022, along with its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Donovan Guy, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, along with its indicative ruling. Annual report of the National Council on Education for the financial year 2019-2020. Annual report of the Financial Investigations Division for the financial year 2018-2019. the Public Procurement National Development Project, Western Parishes Water Supply and Resilience Improvement Program Order of 2025 and its resolution under the Public Procurement Act. The law reforms zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, extension of period of operation orders of 2025 and their respective resolutions in respect of the Greenwich Town Zone, the Parade Garden Zone, the Savannah Lamar Zone, the August Town Zone, the Denham Town Community Zone, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, and the Norwood Community in the Parish of St. James Zone under the law reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act of 2017. Ministry Papers numbered 34 to 40 of 2025, entitled The Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Social Interventions for January 2, 2025 to June 4, 2025, in respect of the Greenwich Town Zone, the Parade Garden Zone, and the Savannah Lamar Community Zone. Social Interventions dated January 2, 2025 to June 5, 2025, in respect of the August Town Community Zone, the Denham Town Community Zone, the Mount Salem Community Zone, and the Norwood Community Zone, respectively. Annual Report of the Southern Regional Health Authority for the financial year 2015-2016 and its related ministry paper numbered 41 of 2025, entitled Annual Report of the Southern Regional Health Authority for the financial year April 2015 to March 2016. The report of the Regulations Committee of the Senate on its deliberations on the Segregated Accounts Companies Forms Regulations 2025. Auditor General's Department Statement of Receipts and Payments of the Contingencies Fund for the year ended March 31, 2023, under head 19,000 Recurrent for the Ministry of Justice, head 19,000C Capital for the Ministry of Justice, head 72,000 for the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, and finally head 72,000 Recurrent for the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. To the Honourable Senate, I have the honour to advise the Honourable Senate that on the 10th day of June 2025, the following bills were passed in the House of Representatives. 1. A bill entitled An Act for the Incorporation of the International Church of the Foursquare Gospel in Jamaica and Vesting of Property in the Body so incorporated, with 3 amendments, and a bill entitled An Act to amend the provisions relating to penalties and monetary obligations in various enactments and for connected matters without amendment. I wish to further advise this Honourable Senate that on the 17th day of June 2025, a bill entitled An Act to amend the Predial Larceny Prevention Act was passed in the House of Representatives without amendment. Most Honourable Juliet Holness MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President,
Minister.
I signal my willingness to take charge of the bills.
A bill shortly entitled the International Church of the Foursquare Gospel in Jamaica, Incorporation and Vesting Act 2025, read a first time. A bill shortly entitled the Law Reform Amendment of Penalties Act 2025, read a first time. And a bill shortly entitled the Predial Larceny Prevention Amendment Act 2025, read a first time.
Thank you very much. Minister.
I beg for second reading, to give notice, of second reading of the bill.
Thank you. Before we move on, Senator Crawford has joined and is seeking permission to join us online as well. Those in favor? Thank you. Petitions?
Thank you, President.
Welcome, Senator Crawford. Petitions? Papers? Reports from committees? Senator Shireen Golden Campbell, Shireen with one E.
Mr. President, I beg to lay on the table of the Senate a copy of the report of the Regulations Committee of the Senate on its deliberations on the Segregated Accounts Companies Forms Regulations 2025.
Thank you very much, Senator Golden Campbell. Notices of motions given orally. Sorry.
President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move, be it resolved, that report of the Regulations Committee of the Senate on its deliberations on the Segregated Accounts Companies Forms Regulations 2025, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 20th day of June 2025, be adopted. And Mr. President, I would wish to give notice that at a later stage I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you, Senator Golden Campbell. Senator Morris Dixon.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move, whereas Section 2 of the Public Procurement Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that a national development project means a development project approved by the Cabinet and Parliament to which the Act or any provision thereof is declared not to apply by order of the Minister under Section 3.3. And whereas, by virtue of Section 3.3 of the Act, the Minister may, by order, subject to affirmative resolution, declare that the Act or any provision thereof shall not apply, A, to a public-private partnership approved by the Cabinet, B, to a national development project, C, in respect of the procurement of any class of goods, works, or services, D, to a public body, as the Minister may, subject to such terms and conditions, if any, specify. And whereas, on the 26th day of May 2025, the Cabinet approved the declaration of a development project known as the Western Parishes Water Supply and Resilience Improvement Program to be a national development project to which the Act or any provisions thereof shall not apply. And whereas the Western Parishes Water Supply and Resilience Improvement Program is a development project including preliminary engineering and design services, A, for the execution of works in 4 phases, B, to effect critical infrastructure enhancements in the parishes of St. Anne, Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland to increase water production and improve the reliability of the water supply to meet the rising consumption demand for potable water and sewage services in the residential, commercial, tourism, and institutional sectors of those parishes. And whereas this Honourable Senate approves the declaration of a development project known as the Western Parishes Water Supply and Resilience Improvement Program to be a national development project to which the Act or any provisions thereof shall not apply. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Public Procurement National Development Project, Western Parishes Water Supply and Resilience Improvement Program Order 2025 Resolution. 2. The declaration of a development project known as the Western Parishes Water Supply and Resilience Improvement Program to be a national development project to which the Act or any provisions thereof shall not apply is approved. 3. The Public Procurement National Development Project, Western Parishes Water Supply and Resilience Improvement Program, Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 20th day of June 2025, is hereby affirmed. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which was given.
Thank you, Senator Morris Dixon. Questions and answers to questions.
Yeah. Two issues, President. First, let me beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I'll ask the leader of government business in the Senate the following question standing in my name. Having disposed of that new question, may I ask...
1 minute now, please. You're giving notice of the questions.
Yeah. So what I'm now going to ask is about the question that should have been answered on the 30th. Is answers available today?
Hold on. Okay. You know, I'd made a mistake. The questions that you just gave notice about, those were submitted to my office, I think, about 3 weeks ago. Yes, so I apologize about that because we haven't met and I haven't been here. I think that I'd missed a session and Senator Sinclair thought it best for me to approve those questions. So I have approved them, so we can go ahead. So, what you want to do now, you're inquiring about some questions that were asked on the 30th. Okay.
President, just to indicate that I have not received any information with which to answer these questions as yet, but I will follow up on the matter. No difficulty.
Is it though? And for whom? Thank you, Senator Brown. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public Business Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as indicated today, it's a full day, but one which we hope to deal with some expedition. But the matters are important, so we of course, want to deal with them appropriately. The two issues to be addressed will be the order introduced by Minister Morris Dixon, and then we also have the matter of the amendments to the Offences Against the Persons Act, Criminal Justice Administration Act, and the Child Care and Protection Act. So it is my intention to deal with the bills first. Thank you. Mr. President, yes, as soon as it comes. What's that? Yes. Yeah. That's the most expeditious way, I think. So, Mr. President, it is my honor to open the debate on the bills I've just named, and it is my hope that we will take the debate on all three together and address, I'm sure you will address them appropriately in committee as required. Thank you. Mr. President, the bills before us seek to amend their principal legislation to increase the mandatory minimum penalty specified for murder, to increase the minimum periods that must be served before an offender is eligible for parole, and to adjust the term of life imprisonment to 50 years where the offense is murder. Mr. President, there are two lists of amendments that have been circulated today, and just very briefly, allow me to clarify that one, they're on your table.
They're on the table.
The amendment to the Child Care and Protection Act bill for consideration by the Senate is an amendment to Clause 2, which in effect amends Section 78(3)(a) of the Child Care and Protection Act. And just to explain very briefly, Mr. President, the two amendments that are on that page, and they're very brief, as you see, they're just 2 lines each, that one of them it seeks to ensure that child perpetrators of murder remain exempt from the longest sentences applied to capital murder. The bill that came from the lower house still retained a clause indicating that the higher sentence of 50 years would apply to perpetrators who are minors, and that is not the case. That is not the intention. So the amendment here couldn't be treated as editorial, but too substantive, is to delete that provision and to renumber the remaining subsections 2 and 3 as 1 and 2. Mr. President, the other amendment there provides that where an individual commits an offense and it appears that he or she was a minor at the time of the offense, but he or she becomes 18 at the time of trial, that the penalty applicable will still be the penalty when at the time committed, when he or she was a child. So the child penalty follows through. That's making it clear, exactly. Yes, because all of these changes are coming through, it was thought best to make sure that offenses are appropriately treated with, and there's no confusion in the court. The second list of amendments that's provided is again an amendment to Clause 2, but a little longer. Mr. President, the intention of these amendments, or the amendment before us, they are being made to the amendment to the Offences Against the Persons Act, and essentially they provide that where a child is a victim of a murder, it should be treated even more seriously by the courts, and essentially by the addition of more years to be served by the offender. So we will go into the details of that a little more, but this is intended, Mr. President, to give voice to the abhorrence that society feels when children are murdered. Mr. President, the matters that we deal with today, the increase in the penalties, signal that we find murder to be a heinous crime, and that we feel strongly that this legislature must send a signal to society, and more particularly to the criminals, that we hold this crime of murder in the highest level of revulsion. Mr. President, that's the aim of the bills that were tabled here on the 9th of May. But the aim of the amendments, the further amendments before us, of course, address that next level, Mr. President. Because I am certain that we are all agreed that the murder of a child is even more heinous. And this government felt very, very clear that we shouldn't pursue these bills in relation to increasing the penalties of murder without also addressing the matter of treating the murder of children as more serious. And this is the intent of the new amendments before us. If I recall, Mr. President, that when the murder of little 9-year-old Kelsey Farragon shocked our collective conscience as a nation, as it has been shocked before, the Prime Minister asked that the laws in relation to the murder of children be fast-tracked. Mr. President, we acknowledge that there is work on the way to strengthen penalties for other offences against children, and we had in fact sought to bring those forward, but again, the weight that has held them down for so long in the technical assessments and the drafting and redrafting, that subsists. The work continues, but as today, we're focused on sending a signal from this Parliament to criminals in respect of murder. We focus on the fact that if they do choose, if individuals in this society choose to commit the offense of murder, they must be aware that they will be separated from society for the longest permissible period of time. And this is the work before the Senate today. So, Mr. President, the government takes very seriously our duty to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of all Jamaicans. And this has always been a long-standing part of our legacy. When the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms were amended in 2011, repealing and replacing the Chapter 11 of the Constitution with the Charter of Rights, the intent was clearly to provide more comprehensive and effective protection for the rights of every citizen of our country. And I'm sure we agree, Mr. President, that prime among these fundamental rights enshrined in our Constitution are the rights to life, liberty, and security of the person, the right not to be deprived thereof, except in the execution of the sentence of a court in respect of a criminal offense of which the person has been convicted. Of course, Mr. President, while the Constitution bestows this right on each person, the Constitution equally demands that the right is respected and upheld by every other person. So no person is to deny another person's right to life, liberty, and security of the person. And a person who deprives another of his or her life must face the most serious of consequences. Mr. President, the Constitution also places particularly duties and responsibilities on the state. And as the state promotes and upholds the rights of its citizens, including the rights to which I just spoke, the state must also intervene and act decisively to protect citizens from threats to their lives, liberty, and security, particularly where a citizen has been deprived of that most fundamental right. So in accord with the duty of the state to protect citizens from harm and in accordance with the Constitution, the state is empowered to neutralize threats of harm through various dimensions of law enforcement and correctional approaches. So in recent times here in Jamaica, the approaches have been focused on policing to maintain peace and to prevent dangerous activity from being committed against persons and the state, investigations that catch those responsible and hold them to account, prosecution, ensuring proper preparation for a fair trial, and incarceration. So, Mr. President, before I examine the clauses of the bill, I just want to place them within this broader context, first constitutionally, as I've just done, and then within our multi-pronged strategy for national security. Because our approach to addressing social disorder and criminal violence has always been guided by a well-calibrated strategic framework, one based on a holistic policy requiring strong enforcement measures in parallel with building and developing the capacity of the police force, introducing targeted and effective social intervention, and enhancing the legislative framework to appropriately address modern circumstances. So every step we have taken, Mr. President, and every step we are indeed taking is focused on achieving meaningful and measurable results for the Jamaican people. Mr. President, you mentioned that last evening we were at the Transformation 2.0 Expo. And I really want to join you in recommending to everyone, all who are listening online and everyone here in the Senate, to attend. It is, if I'm able to find the time, I will go back this weekend because I didn't even get to visit all of the booths. It is a spectacular demonstration of the incredible transformation of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And I know you've heard me say it before, Mr. President, maybe others have as well, but I always say I wish Jamaicans could see ourselves through the eyes of others. And it was absolutely on show yesterday when the head of the Association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police addressed the opening ceremony. And he could not have spoken more objectively or more glowingly about the work that has been done here. And he recognized that what is happening is because there is not only, or rather what he recognized is that what is happening could only have taken place if you had the commitment to transformation at every level of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, so rank and file straight up the command stream, as to transform the strategic leadership of the force. And it could not also have happened without the requisite policy directives and the investment that this government has provided. So to hear it from someone who has no brief for anyone, is not at all connected with Jamaica in any way other than through the eyes of law enforcement and what they can learn and how they're planning to collaborate and share best practices across the region. And reference was made to the countries who were present, who have already sent delegates to learn. When we have CARICOM heads in 3 weeks' time, we will also have an expo that will help, that will provide access from heads and their delegations to come and see what we're doing and to take practical learnings back, because security is going to be a big part of the chairmanship. But Mr. President, the work that has been underway has been hard work. And I think we should just take a moment to again salute the men and women of the security forces at all levels. even as we continue to advance in this fight against crime and criminality, Mr. President, even as we reach a stage where we are now sharing our best practices with the region and indeed the world, we have to see through the various elements of the policy framework as we are seeking to do today. We can't have the men and women of the JCF out there working so hard to apprehend criminals, and then we don't ensure that the state separates them from society from an appropriate period of time. So, Mr. President, I want to make another point, because I have heard a few members of the bar, especially after the bills were passed in the lower house, saying that in providing for mandatory minimum sentences, the legislature is trying to take over the role of judges. But this is absolutely not so, and I want to state that for Hansard. The reality is that society has more and more often been expressing the feeling that their sense of justice is not being served by some of the sentences being handed down. And that's never a good thing, Mr. President, because in that circumstance, that's where you have vigilante justice starting to raise its head. And that's not the kind of society that we want to encourage. What you want is for society at large to believe in the system and to believe that the system and trust it will deliver justice. Mr. President, I know that when I have spoken informally to judges, entirely informally, expressing concern about a particular sentence or another that appears to me to be low or has been reported in the press to be met with outrage by family and persons looking on. Sentences that leave families wondering, why did they go through the agony of a trial? Why did they go through all of that if this is what the court has found? A feeling that the court doesn't necessarily understand their pain or value their loss. Mr. President, when I've had those conversations, entirely informally, what has been said to me by the judges is, well, we only apply the law, Minister. You are a legislator. The legislature must make the law, and if they are not happy with the laws, then they must change them. But we only apply. So that is why we are here today. Fully within the context of the separation of powers, we are saying that the policy of the executive is that murder must be recognized as the most heinous of crimes. And we are here to enact laws that ensure that the sentences that are applied reflect that accordingly. Mr. President, in the same way that we said that firearm crimes are an inordinate scourge on Jamaican society, that the levels of shootings and murders by the gun are unacceptable, and that sentences must accordingly signal the level of aversion to those crimes, we raised the sentences for that, and now we must raise the sentences in respect of murder to reflect coherence in the scheme of sentencing. So, Mr. President, again I say, that is the work before us today. Having recognized that violent crime is and has been a national emergency, and recognizing that national security had for years suffered from underinvestment, this government not only developed Plan Secure Jamaica, but we made the largest sustained investment in national security in Jamaica's history over our investment, over our term, Mr. President. We have strengthened the security forces through equipment, vehicles, intelligence, forensic technology, advanced training in cybercrime, counter-trafficking, financial intelligence. We have done it all. Human rights, sensitivity, domestic violence, Mr. President. We have enhanced the operational capacity of the JCF and the JDF, equipping them with modern tools, training, and capabilities. And all of this was to complement our implementation of states of emergency when circumstances were so clearly beyond the normal capacity of the security forces that their heads requested that those be declared. I won't go further on that matter, Mr. President. Safe to say that I know that the people of Jamaica recognize how those matters unfolded and their necessity and their proportionate nature. Mr. President, much of what we aim to do in terms of achieving peace and safety and security in our communities across Jamaica also depends on a responsive policy and robust legislative framework. So a significant component of our anti-crime and pro-development strategy has been the law reforms, zones of special operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act. And we just saw the updated reports tabled here and their extensions passed in the lower house. I understand results there are more than encouraging, 79% reduction in murders across those zones. An incredibly successful and replicable model, Mr. President, now to be shared with the world. Mr. President, we've also passed the act to establish MOCA, amended the anti-gang legislation, strengthened the law in respect of trafficking in persons, the Proceeds of Crime Act, and of course have completely redefined our firearms legislation. So as stated earlier, the higher prison sentences in the bills before us are in part related to the need for coherence in conjunction with the increases in prison times provided for under the firearms law. So, Mr. President, the policy behind this legislation was grounded in our inordinately high murder rate. In 2016, it stood at 49.6 per 100,000, one of the highest in the world. Last year's 19% reduction took us to a 40.1%. 10-point reduction, but still very high comparatively. So even though we're on a significant positive downward trajectory, we are confident that it will continue as these results stem from deliberate and strategic work which continues. We are dismantling the organized gangs. We are executing a deliberate strategy, and stronger penalties form a part of that. So we're not leaving anything to chance and saying, well, we don't have to work with this now, because no. We have to close the circle and make sure that the legislative framework in place continues to send the signals of all of the work that we have been doing. Because this government believes in a better Jamaica, Mr. President, one where you can leave your doors and windows open. We want to achieve the kind of peace and productivity that all Jamaicans deserve to enjoy. So, Mr. President, in addition to the policing, investigation, prosecution, I mentioned incarceration, but there's an aspect of that that I need to touch at, because I know there are persons who are concerned that with these very long sentences, that essentially you're going to create an industry in which even worse criminals are turned out. And I want to just assure Jamaica that we have been thinking very, very seriously about this matter. And therefore, we have been looking at the matter of rehabilitation. So, Mr. President, the amendments to the Corrections Act are almost complete. And the new corrections policy is now approved by Cabinet. So even as these matters have been work in progress, because new leadership at corrections is already delivering improvements. So there are new educational programs, life skills, psychosocial skills programs, as well as additional staff. There are 2 psychologists for adults, 2 for juveniles, and 2 psychiatrists on staff. Mr. President, the DCS now also employs rehabilitation managers, 5 of them, 3 at juvenile and 2 at the adult level, 24 case managers, 8 at the juvenile institutions, 3 at Rio Cobre, 3 at South Camp, 2 at Metcalf, and 16 in adult institutions, and 33 civilian teachers, 19 serving in the juvenile institutions and 14 in the adult institutions. And we're delivering programs in conjunction with HEART and even UE to ensure that there are opportunities to change circumstances. Mr. President, there are also chaplains. I know some are more concerned to that. There are chaplains assigned to each center for counseling and, of course, religious enrichment. So more is to be done, Mr. President, and the policy has a lot more work to be implemented because it's a brand new. And maybe some of that, maybe other persons might speak about different aspects of that, but I share this information to demonstrate the truly holistic approach which the government is taking to the cycle of crime. So, Mr. President, as we stand here performing our duty to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of Jamaica, we, of course, are including in that the identification of conduct to which penal sanctions are to attach and the determination of the severity of the punishment so that the judiciary has guidance in its application of the law. As has been stated earlier, incarceration is a part of the framework. And in the Jamaican context, the key purpose of sentencing, or the key purposes, are deterrence, rehabilitation, denunciation, incapacitation, and restoration. The imposition of mandatory minimum sentences, Mr. President, are intended to send the strong signal I spoke about earlier, that society will not tolerate certain forms of criminal behavior. So as stated, there is an increasing demand from victims and interested parties in support of the imposition of harsher penalties, many of whom feel that justice has not been served for them on previous occasions. So there is a need for an enhanced alignment between the sentencing regimes governing serious crimes in Jamaica and the expectations of the public and the outcomes from the justice system. So in this whole process, Mr. President, though consideration was given to the approach taken in other jurisdictions, treatment of similar offences, what was done was a consideration of Jamaica's peculiar reality, and in particular, the abnormally high rates of intentional homicides. So the strain, the debilitating strain placed on the population, the constraints on GDP, the trauma of daily loss of life by violent means, and the circular and cyclic impact on children and society at large as a result of violence. So as confirmed by the Joint Select Committee, Mr. President, the extreme situation in Jamaica warrants a legislative strategy to go beyond what in other countries might be considered average mandatory minimum sentences, and to treat also with the timing of the possibility of parole. So, Mr. President, having already emphasized our commitment to rehabilitation while strengthening the necessary elements of punishment and deterrence, I now wish to address the bills. The bills, Mr. President, went through a Joint Select Committee, as I've just indicated, and that was initiated in 23. The deliberations were informed by oral and written submissions from a wide range of stakeholders, including UNICEF, Bar Association, Office of Children's Advocate, the Public Defender, the Jamaica Psychological Society, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Faculty of Law at UIMONA, and other civil society actors. We extend appreciation to them for sharing their views, and we also extend appreciation to colleagues on both sides who sat through the committee and who contributed to the deliberations and the outcome. Their input certainly helped to shape the legislation before us. So if I start with the Offences Against the Persons Amendment Act, Mr. President, Clause 2 of the Offences Against the Persons Amendment Act 2025 seeks to amend Section 3 of the principal legislation. And essentially, it does four things. It seeks to increase the mandatory minimum sentence with respect to non-capital murder under Section 3(1)(b) from 15 years to 30 years. So non-capital murder, it's increasing from 15 years to 30 years. It seeks to increase the mandatory minimum sentence for capital murder from 20 years to 50 years to be served before being eligible for parole, Mr. President. And it increases the sentence to be served before being eligible for parole, where the sentence is imprisonment for life, from 15 years to 40 years, and that is amended under 3(1)(c)(b)(1). And finally, Mr. President, increasing the sentence to be served before being eligible for parole, where a sentence of term of years is given from 10 years to 20 years under 3(1)(c)(b)(2). So, Mr. President, remember, when you're, the court can either sentence for life or a term of years, which is why we have this difference here. And when they sentence for life, the scheme is a little different, and that's why 15 to 40. And when they sentence to a term of years, the increase there for offences, it increases from 10 to 20. But in respect of the amendments, the list of amendments that was provided today, and I've already explained their intent. And I'm the first to admit, Mr. President, that the structure of this section of the Act, and accordingly the bill, they're a little complex. Was discussing same with our visitors from the Norman Manley Law School and reflecting on our days at Norman Manley. But the intent, the language is correct and the intent is clear. So just to point out that the bill before us lists the amendments to paragraph, to section 3 under clause 2, providing 4 paragraphs, A, B, C, and D. And essentially, the list of amendments before us amends A, C, and D. And yes, so the, yes, and D, yes. And B remains as is. Essentially, in respect of A, which provides for the increase in sentencing for non-capital murder, where the victim of a non-capital murder is a child, the court shall add a period of up to 5 years to the sentence imposed. That's the amendment. And then in respect, under C and D, in respect of the period of time to be served before eligibility for parole, paragraphs C and D have just been rolled into one, and it's now C1 and 2, which provides that where the court imposes a sentence of life or a sentence of term of years, once the victim of the non-capital murder is a child, they must add another 5 years to the period that must be served before the period of eligibility. And I think we all feel quite clear that when some of these murders that we have heard of, these heinous murders of beautiful little children, that asking the court to add another 5 years behind bars, another 5 years to separate these brutal killers, up to 5 years, because we have to remain on the right side of the constitutional challenges, and we've been guided. I will share that personally. I thought it should have been more, but I do acknowledge, I did say it should have been more. And if the Senate wishes to so propose an amendment, the leader of government business would certainly consider it. But we do recognize that the base periods have been increased significantly to 30 and 50 years. And in that context, presuming the court will take proper notice of the policy behind this and the content of the debate, which must guide their interpretation and application of the laws. So we have dealt there, the amendment before us addresses those matters. Mr. President, the Criminal Justice Administration Act is the second bill before us. The Criminal Justice Administration Amendment Act. And that seeks to amend Section 42F of the Criminal Justice Administration Act by increasing the term of years to be deemed as life imprisonment. And how it does so? By increasing the period from 30 years to 50, where the offense is murder, and 30 years where the offense is an offense other than murder. So, Mr. President, there are no further amendments to the Criminal Justice Administration Act. Essentially, it simply makes sure that the court knows now that the starting point for the consideration of life imprisonment for murder is now 50 years, not 30. Mr. President, the third bill before us is the Child Care and Protection Act. Just to clarify, again, that calculating the reduction in a sentence usually the starting point for it is usually life imprisonment. And this is intended to ensure that there's an incentive scheme for defendants to plead guilty while ensuring that the reduced sentence is not inordinately low, having regard to the nature of the offense. So, Mr. President, the Child Care and Protection Act, Child Care and Protection Amendment Act 2025, which is before us, seeks to amend the Child Care and Protection Act by repealing Section 78 and substituting a new 78. But I do need to explain a little more about what happens in Section 78. In accordance with the list of amendments tabled today, and I did explain them earlier, but I want to explain them in the context of the bill itself, 78(3)(a)(1) is being deleted. That's a clause that provided for application of the capital sentence, that is the higher 50-year sentence for murder. What we have done is delete that to ensure that the higher sentence for capital murder does not apply to children at all. Section 78(3)(2), as renumbered, provides that where a child aged 14 to 17 is convicted of capital murder, because it does occur, the most egregious kind of homicide, we'll recall, he or she will be liable to be sentenced to a term of imprisonment for life or to a term not less than 30 years as the court considers appropriate. And on sentencing, the court may specify a period of not less than 15 years which the offender should serve before becoming eligible for parole. And just to say, Mr. President, that the increases, the additional 5-year periods that are to be added will not be added in the event that a perpetrator is a minor. Those are for adult perpetrators of murder. So, Mr. President, we've really tried to strike the balance. We don't want a loophole where the gunmen choose our youngsters as the shutters because what they will be sentenced for is a drop compared to what they would. So we're closing so that everyone understands the message that this is not the path for your future. If you want freedom, don't murder. Don't murder people. And if you're contemplating murder, don't murder children, because then that what's up for you. I'm just saying, what's up? Yes. So, just yes, that's a spelling bee. Mr. President, but I make light, but it's very serious. We are crystal clear in the signal that must be sent to people who pursue a path of crime. And the argument, I would dare say, the argument before that they're not going to get catch, so it don't matter if you raise the signal. The JCF has been changing that, and when you go to see the technology and the developments in their use, you will be wonderful. I'm glad. I won't say any more then, so that you can elaborate. Mr. President, the effect of the remaining clauses as renumbered in the bill is that if a child aged 14 to 17 is convicted of non-capital murder, he or she will be sentenced to a term of imprisonment for life or such other term as the court may consider appropriate, but in this case, the court will have the latitude to determine the number of years to be served before the child becomes eligible for parole. And this approach respects the unique status of children under the law while acknowledging the seriousness of the offense and the need for public protection. There's no mandatory minimum for children in this respect. Sorry, I think this is children under 40. Right. Mr. President, the second amendment on the list provides that where an individual has committed an offense and the offender was a child at the time of commission, even if they turn 18 at the time of trial, it is the penalty for children which will apply. And that is that's the second amendment on the list in relation to subparagraph 2 of 78(3)(a). So, Mr. President, just making it clear that under 78(3)(1), if a child is under 14, again, just to clarify in respect of the Act for Hansard, if a child is under 14, he or she will not be sentenced to a greater period than 25 years. And that is, of course, as the clause says, as provided for under Section 76 and 78(4). Mr. President, those are the bills before us today, and those are the amendments before us today. The government remains firmly committed to justice, not vengeance. We understand that sentencing must reflect the gravity of the offense. It must serve as a deterrent. It must reinforce the sanctity of life, and it must provide opportunities for rehabilitation, particularly in appropriate cases. But at the same time, these provisions are drafted to ensure constitutional compliance, proportionality, and judicial discretion. In this context, Mr. President, every Jamaican, I believe we all agree, deserves to live in a society where the law is respected, where life is valued, and justice is administered with fairness and firmness. While these bills are not a panacea, they are a critical step towards that vision, and they send a clear message that the government will act decisively to protect life and maintain public order while remaining faithful to the rule of law and the rights of all persons. And in this context, Mr. President, I very much look forward to the support of colleagues on both sides, given our united intent to ensure that these worst perpetrators of murder are separated from society for the longest permissible period of time, especially those who murder children. I thank you, Mr. President, and look forward to the debate.
Thank you, Minister. Just to make an observation, in speaking to the Minister before, she had indicated that she was likely to go over whatever limits the standing orders have with respect to Speaker's time. And she was of the view that she would have been addressing us for a considerable period of time because of the complexity of the matters. You have done a remarkable job. And you have spoken for 36 minutes. 36. So when I indicate that I'm going to enforce the 35-minute rule, I hope nobody feels aggrieved. But she said she was entitled to 45. Minister spoke for 36 minutes. And you were very pellucid in your presentation. Thank you very much, Senator Brown. And by the way, it's always a pleasure, you know, as you kind of come down to the wire, it has always been a pleasure to sit in this honorable chamber with you. Yes, always. So, you know, Senator Brown, people always are surprised that you and I have such a long history. And I hear people talking about other people and saying nobody don't know them schoolmate. Nobody can talk about you and I because we spent many years at the college. We didn't go to high school, we went straight to the college on Hope Road. So I just say, my greetings to you are sincere, to you and your family, and I suspect that you may very well look back in retrospect and know why I'm making these comments at this time. But it has been a pleasure to sit with you, and I always admire the length of time that you take to prepare and the cogency. the cogency and the cogency and the clarity with which you deliver your arguments, and always, never over 30 minutes. So, let's see.
Let's start the clock. I have no intention of speaking for long, but I wish to claim back the reciprocal response to the comments you made. I feel the same way. When I just joined the Senate in 2012, I looked around and I said, well, President and I are long-standing friends, though we're on different sides. I said, well, you know, as close to the sister of a certain female senator who used to sit on this side. So I felt there was room for us to work across the aisles. It may not have always happened. And Senator Bunting says, well, Lammy, this may be a valedictory speech because we don't know when, though it appears soon. We don't know when, but we suspect on this side that time has come. And that time may very well see me not returning to this chamber. A chamber in which I came and make representation long before I was a senator. I remember when the TOJ bill was being, TOJ merger bill came to the Parliament. I spoke as the president of the, as vice president of the UAW. I think Bobby Pickersgill chaired that committee. Mike Henry sat in the chamber. And I'm, oh good, congrats to him. So, I may still come back and lobby on behalf of the workers. But my fate is in the hands of Mark Jefferson Golding, Mr. Integrity. Mr. President, this bill before us, I was part of the Joint Select Committee that met in 2023. I asked for certain data because I believe our policy decisions should be informed by data. I'm not impressed by the decisions being taken by the government, but that's my personal views. I'm not a supporter of mandatory sentences because I believe circumstances alter cases. I support a party that brought in the gun court, that brought in indefinite detention or imprisonment, which has been shut down by the highest court of the country, still, King Charles Court, the Privy Council. In that famous Hines judgment. I am not a fan, therefore, of mandatory sentences. And I'm not a fan today of mandatory sentences. I want to make that clear. But that's my personal view. There are others who may be willing to support it, willing to give it a try. I'm not. Because I believe, as one member of the Court of Appeal said in a judgment a couple of years ago, circumstances alter cases. And among those circumstances are mistakes that are made. Every one of us in this chamber now know, or ought to know the name Orlando Gray. A young man placed on the most wanted list. A young man taunted by the police that if you didn't turn in yourself, you might have gone to see your maker. Mistakes happen. I want to use this platform to call on the Minister of National Security and the Commissioner of Police to directly apologize to Mr. Orlando Gray for what was done to him, his reputation, and his family. Up to last night, Mr. Gray had said on a program elsewhere that nobody in the police high command, nor in the political directorate, the minister, had reached out to him and apologized. And I hope all of us in the Senate will feel the need to say to those in authority, when mistakes are made, it's not enough to throw an apology through the window, but you must go to the victim and apologize to the victim and his family. And do so on camera in the same way we plaster his photographs around the place. The minister, you spoke about trust. That photograph of that innocent man, which could have published by the police, which could have led to his death, is why people don't trust NIDS. Is why people don't trust NIDS. Because they're saying, how did the police get that photograph? Because if they had NIDS, that photograph probably would have come from NIDS rather than Peak or elsewhere. So I make it. Is he thinking that he's looking at himself talking? Because that's the only way extreme nonsense will come about. Point I'm making, Mr. President, people don't trust NIDS, just as they don't trust this government. One of the toughest, one of the man who is the loudest proponent of the most extreme penalty for murder is the chairman of the Jamaica Labour Party. And if I listened correctly yesterday, in an interview on RGR, he was 19 points behind the newcomer in Western St. Mary. So, he has shouted the loudest for the death penalty for murder. He has shouted the loudest to have your lawyers and speed dial. But the people of Western St. Mary seems to be about to reject him. So I'm not rushing because it may be popular to put on the toughest of penalties. I believe mistakes can happen. And I believe our judges are sufficiently sensitized to do the right thing. And I'd prefer to have leave the decisions as the extent of the sentence to the judges. That's my personal view, and I'm sharing it as a senator who believes in the independence of senators. So, President, second issue with this mandatory thing is the backlog that is likely to be created in the courts. A new set of backlogs. Because which lawyer, which King's Counsel is going to say to his client, in the circumstances, plead guilty when there's no mitigation in sentencing? Or which client is going to allow his King's Counsel or junior to say plead guilty when he knows that the court system is going to be clogged, it's going to take a time, and there are many issues that may arise between his first appearance in court and the outcome. So if I'm going to go get a 50-year sentence, let the judge impose it, rather than me pleading guilty and go and get it. And so you need to consider, and I'm sure the judiciary would have said to you, maybe not because you're in formal conversation with them, but to point out that this approach to sentencing can lead, whether it's gun case or murder, can lead to a backlog in the system and can be a disincentive to people pleading.
You know, I always
guilty.
like to argue with you.
Sorry?
So what figure? You say you couldn't advise your client to plead guilty to 50 years.
No, I'm not the King's Counsel.
What figure you would say?
And I'm not the client. I'm not going there with you. I'm simply saying that don't go there. Don't go there. I'm simply saying to you, what we're doing here. I remember, children of the gentry, and this is going to affect a lot of poor people. But I remember when there's a certain law passed, and some people from the gentry, their children, got caught. The mad rush to change back the law. So circumstances alter cases. You may not, you was not wrong, you may not be aware of those cases. Right? But there are men, you send your child, Santa Girl, to school. He's in a taxi. The taxi gets stops. Somebody in the taxi has a gun. And it's possible to charge everybody in the taxi for the gun, for which your son had no knowledge, but may very well be convicted. Circumstances ought to alter cases. I wish then a counsel like my friend from JC to put in a plea of mitigation. Right, Senator Finson? Put in a plea of mitigation. But the judge will say to him, but Senator, wasn't it your signature I saw on the bill?
Senator Brown, if you have 5 people in a taxi and 1 have a gun, you wouldn't expect the 4 who don't have nothing to do with the
discretion
gun to be convicted.
They may very well be, because...
And I must tell you something, one of the things that has really changed your argument is the is the use now of DNA. Remarkable tool.
Except that they're not really using it in most of those cases.
Every gun court case.
The arena is not half a tree, it's not Sutton Street. It's not King's House. Right? And when we get to DNA, let's remember the Irwin brothers. So I'm not getting there with them. It is when it comes to their doorstep and their relatives, then they will realize the error of their ways. Suffice it to say, big experience, but has never had to run from a country by night. Never had to run from a country by night. Suffice it to say, Mr. President, that mistakes are made, backlogs are taken. Another reason why I'm against this mandatory sentence is because the reception areas for the prison, Tower Street, General Penitentiary used to call it, Tower Street Adult Correction Center, St. Catherine District Prison. Poor you. St. Catherine District Prison. Those prisons built from colonial days, since colonialism and colonial master is the criteria you use for rejecting prison. Decrepit in many ways. Now what we are, you finish? I'm very comfortable with it. I'm very comfortable. Because the childish behavior you guys will be shown up later on. So I'm comfortable with what you say. Taunt as much as you want. I'm bigger than that. The prison situation is such, and I represent prison officers now, so I know inside there. Not as a guest of Her Majesty, because my goal is say, when the right time comes, someone will charge for corruption and may very well become guest of Her Majesty. I won't be in that number. So, Mr. President, we have not built a new prison in 9 years. We have not built a new prison in many days. But what we're doing now is putting people longer, and some more people are going to be in the prisons for a longer time. We're going to have more people in the prisons for a longer time. The same old prisons. When we sat on that side, as we will again very soon, when Gabriel Morris, Janice Allen, Peter Bunting, and Damian Crawford sit in the lower house on that side, and whatever the Senate composition sits on that side. As we did in 2015, we were told, when the effort to bring a new prison into being, we were told that we want schools. That's what the leader of the opposition then, Andrew Odens, was saying. Schools, not prison. The reality is that between 2019 and now, 2015 and now, 2016 and now, no school, no new school has been built. No new school has been built. And no new prison has been built. And so what I'm saying to you, some of your people who may end up there for corruption, you know of a policy table today about improvement. But you need a new prison. And that new prison, we were told, Mr. President, by the current Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security in 2018, that a new prison would be built in Trelawney in 2018. Then in 2021, and 9 billion prison. Now 8 billion prison to replace General Penitentiary. Then we told JBD, Jamaica Development Bank, is going to fine it $10 billion to build it. And you know the good thing about it? If they had to start building a prison, it may cost more than Cornwall Regional Hospital. So the job will fall to us to improve the penal situation. Right? So, every year, we're told, new prison coming, new prison coming, new prison coming. You know the funny thing about it? You're not as popular as me, and they may make a mistake with your name. They may make a mistake with your name. They may make a mistake with your name. So you better be careful. No, that's fine. You better be careful. Or we run and support these things. Because I make the point, mistakes happen. And President, I knew they were going to tell us about murder going down. And we give the police credit for the performance. And now, the minister said, we salute the police. Minister, the best way to salute the police is not by clapping the desks in the parliament. That's where I'm coming. That is a $17.2 million salary man talking. That's a $17.2 million salary man talking. Yeah, in other words, I agree with you about the increase, because you get 17.2 to trace people. That's fine. Mr. President, our police are being lauded. Are being... No, you don't need to protect me. I am making them burn themselves out because the people are laughing at them. The people ready to kick them out. The people said Marlon Morgan is a misfit for the Senate. So I'm fine with that. As I tell him all the time, I have spent 12 years here. I don't know if you have done 12 weeks yet. And you tell him, up. President, our police are being lauded, are being saluted by the government and the rest of the country for a reduction in murder. The government says they want performance-related pay, but Senator Gill, with all of that performance by the police, I am hearing that your government is offering them 0% increase this year. What can go so? Where's Damon Crawford? Oh, he's online. What can go so that you're lauding them, you're saluting them, and the best salute you can give them is a wage freeze? It's a wage freeze this year. And not only that, for the next 3 years, you're offering them 2.5%, which, Senator Hill, is less than your figure for at BOJ for inflation for each year. So in 4 years, if we take the midpoint of the inflation target, 5%, that's 20% in 4 years. And the government who wants to laud the police, salute the police, is giving them 7.5% increase over the 4 years. And you are saying to us that the people should choose you and you term yourself Jamaica? Well, I make it very clear. I come today, President, not even sure if my questions will ever be answered in this Senate, but they will come back in another Senate by other people. Suffice it to say, I come here today buoyed because I'm hearing the song which says, sound the alarm. We're marching on to victory. I come here today buoyed by the fact that whatever they mash down, we're going to build back. We're going to build back better than before. So I come here today. I come here today recognizing that the Senate hasn't met for a couple of weeks, for whatever reason. But I know the life of this Senate and this Parliament is coming to an end. You may wish to prolong it as long as you want, but the longer you go, is the bigger the beating that is going to be. I've said it before, Mr. President, and I'm going to say it again. The people of Jamaica have written off this government, have tuned out this government, and the people of Jamaica is ready to vote out this government. Time come, we're marching on to victory because this government has been a disappointment for thousands of people, and we know it is only a matter of weeks before the people decide that they will dip their finger in the eggs and put their eggs squarely beside the head. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brown. I take back everything I said about you earlier. As it relates to the content of the speech, not as it relates to the warm sentiment that I have towards you. Senator, thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Sinclair, and in making your presentation, I should just point out, as I have done to Senator Brown, what a pleasure it is to have appeared before you here, with you here, and that this position that I sit is not available to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And you know, you gave those kind words to Senator Lambert Brown. And in those words, you had commented on his well thought out presentations in the past. He seemed not to have heard you well this morning. Yes. The guardrails seem to have gone down. Because we are here to debate some bills that relate to punishments for the most egregious offenses. I will restrain and keep myself in keeping with the intent of the bill. So, Mr. President, the bills before us today represent another indication of the Andrew Holness administration's effort to tame the monster of crime, which has plagued Jamaica for decades. And it is not just now, that the Honorable Prime Minister has taken this approach. In the past, he made comments and persons basically ridiculed it. When he said, let us take on the gangs, let us meet and deal with the gangs across Jamaica. But, Mr. President, history has shown us that the party that the Honorable Andrew Holness leads has always been strong in the fight against crime. We have and will continue to apply all available lawful actions to reduce major crimes, save lives, and ensure a sense of safety for all Jamaicans. Our aspiration, Mr. President, has been and will always be to create a Jamaica where Jamaicans can live with their doors and windows open. In order to achieve this country's true growth potential, prosperity, and better equality of life for all, we must have an environment of peace. So, Mr. President, it befuddles the mind that the opposition has over the years sought to ridicule an aspirational goal of Jamaicans sleeping with doors and windows open. And in so doing, it is a clear indication, and this is a response to you, Senator Brown, that you cannot be trusted with governing Jamaica. Mr. President, we must never forget the words of a past Minister of National Security under the People's National Party, now leader of opposition business, in what can only be described as a weak jellyback move when he called for a divine intervention as his best efforts could not contain a growing murder tally. Mr. President, according to a Gleaner report, August 2015, 12 of Jamaica's 19 police divisions reported increase in homicides. St. James and Clarendon saw 60% and 42% increase in murders. In 2015. Mr. President, when we look at where St. James had reached, we had 349 murders in 1 year. What? And I put a cost to it, average out a cost of $600,000 per funeral. We're looking at over $210 million that was buried, that could have gone into improving the lives of Jamaicans. But $210 million was placed in the ground on average. Mr. President, it was the said Minister, Bunting at the time, who is quoted in a Gleaner article published on December 24, 2015, when he admitted that it is not easy for the security forces to control crime, especially because some of the factors influencing the violence are socio-economic. The Minister of National Security said that his Jamaica Constabulary Force at the time that he had responsibility for could not control crime. We cannot go back there, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, that is my response to Senator Brown this morning. We will not go back there. Mr. President, in recent times, it is a said person who has said, if I return to the portfolio of Minister of National Security, what I will do. Mr. President, it was they who underfunded the entire law enforcement apparatus, reducing their mobility, and failed to improve their intelligence gathering capacity and human resource capacity. Under the administration, Mr. President, the Jamaica Constabulary Force were never put in a position to undertake effective policing and general law enforcement strategies to fight crime in a sustainable way. And, you know, they have somebody, aspirant, as they call them, saying that, well, he wants to take over Minister of National Security position too. I'm in Central Kingston currently. But, you know, when he made some comments recently, I reflected on the fact that he was in the JCF in St. James at a time when murder kept going up in St. James year after year. We cannot put these persons back into such a position, Mr. President. Mr. President, neither the Honorable Dr. Andrew Holness nor Minister Harris Chang, they are persons who are made of sterner stuff. They have exhibited great leadership. They will not throw their hands in the air, Mr. President, nor will they shed tears and merely ask for divine intervention. As set out in the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, this administration appreciates that crime, particularly murder, has an adverse impact on domestic safety and security, with reputational damage to Jamaica and the country's gross domestic product. Mr. President, positive results and improved statistics count for something. The travel advisory has been relaxed. So that is an improvement because of the improvements made by this administration. This increases the country's opportunity at attracting more visitors and investors. More importantly, a peaceful society, Mr. President, will guarantee a more productive society. Over the past years, this administration has done several things which has in a sustainable way, and I want to use that term. What we do is for sustainability. We don't do it for the hype. We don't do it to just plaster, put a plaster or band-aid over things. We do it to ensure that what we do will have sustainable effect. And we have brought about a year-on-year reduction in crime to include murder. Mr. President, the approach of this administration is to ensure that beyond this Minister of National Security, beyond this Commissioner of Police, beyond this particular administration, we will continue to have a sustained success in reducing crime. We believe Jamaicans must have a greater sense of safety, peace, and prosperity. What has this administration done, Mr. President? You know, when I came to the Senate, Senator Knight, KD Knight, made a comment, and I was lost in it because he came up with a catchphrase. And catchphrase sometimes take root and take on some life that it should not have. He asked, where's the crime plan? And I said from that time that we had a crime plan, or not even a crime plan, better yet, an anti-crime plan, because that is what we need. And that anti-crime plan strategy was in Plan Secure Jamaica, a plan which effectively being implemented. It has continued to produce, and it has shown that we can bring about a sustained reduction in major crime. So there was, and we continue to implement this Plan Secure Jamaica. So, President, we strategically use the states of public emergency. And in every division where the strategy was used, resulted in major reduction in crime. The administration faced opposition from the present opposition, as they needed a topic on which to campaign. And accordingly, they withdrew their support. They took the matter to court, as is your right. And Mr. President, whilst we must all respect the court's ruling, I do not agree with it, and hence I strongly support the administration's express intention to appeal the decision. Mr. President, as a resident of St. James between 2012 to 2016, we saw a steady year-on-year increase in murder. And not only just murder, the murders, how they were done were so bizarre. Out in the public, in broad daylight. It's as if persons had no regard for life. Mr. President, the incidents include multiple fatalities in the public space. As I said, whether it was day or night. Multiple rounds were fired in any one incident. Minister Bunting had no answer. He used curfews. He used detentions for processing. That in itself was an abuse, because they said they take up people to process them. But he thought that that was necessary, but nothing seemed to have worked. Mr. President, it never worked because law enforcement at that time was underfunded. Mr. President, murder in St. James climbed to 349 in 1 year. And in the first year of the state of emergency, it went down to 101. From 349 murders in 1 year, and we ran a full year of state of emergency in the parish of St. James, 101 persons were murdered. Now, that is way too many. The records will, however, confirm, Mr. President, that on average, across each police division where there was a state of public emergency imposed, you would have a 62% reduction in violent crimes following the SOE compared to the same period in the same divisions. Across crime types, you had 56% reduction in murders, 58% reduction in shootings, 18% reduction in aggravated assaults, and 41% reduction in robberies. Mr. President, a great man once said, a man has to do what a man has to do. You know who that person is, Mr. President? You know who that person is? The Honorable Edward Philip George Seaga. This administration used SOEs strategically and with success. And we will not apologize to he, she, or the old lady for saving the lives of Jamaica. Mr. President, we implemented the zones of special operations, which brought about a reduction in crime in specific communities, coupled with infrastructure development, human capacity development, using the clear hold and build strategy. I know, and leader of government business said it, the result is 79% reduction in murder across various zones of special operations. But I just want to point out where I come from in St. James. We have had over 20 months of no murder because of a zone of special operations. That is in Norwood. Norwood. No murder in Norwood. Look from where they are coming from. Norwood was a place where persons had fear of going. Let us look on Mount Salem. And interestingly, that was the first Zozo in Jamaica. And when it was launched, Mr. Bunting went down there and asking the question, why? And criticizing the Zozo. Why? Well, Mount Salem has seen tremendous improvement, not only in the saving of lives, but the building out of the infrastructure and the human capacity in that area. We have expanded the human resource and training in the JDF and the JCF. Yes. Mr. President, in the JCF, we have moved the cohort from being what it was about 9,000 or thereabout to 14,000. So we have increased the establishment. And in the JDF, from 4,000 to 8,000, we have put more boots on the ground, Mr. President. And this is coupled with training, human capacity building, and a greater motivation that has borne the results that we now see. Mr. President, we have improved the technology tools and equipment, including procurement of over 2,000 new vehicles for the Jamaica Constabulary Force. We have made them a more effective crime-fighting force. And as the Honorable Prime Minister said, if you commit the offense, we will find you, Mr. President. We will find you. And, Mr. President, we have improved national CCTV surveillance network under the Jamaica Eye, monitoring public spaces with 1,200 cameras, and that will operate as a deterrent to criminal activity. We have improved and built new police stations across the country, with more to come. So when you look across Mount Salem, Anchovy, Frome, Olympic Gardens, La Covia, Buff Bay, Port Antonio, Mr. President, all new police stations have been constructed and we have improved them, ensuring, Mr. President, that our men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force have good working conditions from which to operate. And in Savannah Mar, Mr. President, it is expected that that station, that is, in fact, if you go to the Savannah Mar police station now, if you want to change your mind, if you can get into the building, you have to come outside to change your mind. Well, this administration is ensuring that Savannah Mar gets a new HQ for the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And Mr. President, we must recognize the opening of the new pathology autopsy suite, which will guarantee swifter postmortems and will contribute to hearings of cases and improve the investigations. This island has been without such a suite from the 1970s. This administration is doing right for a sustainable reduction of murder and criminal activity. We have improved border control with seaworthy vessels. I read one place that in 2015, if you had lost the patrol boats from the dock, they would have sunk. We have purchased new seaworthy vessels for the Jamaica Constabulary Force to improve border control. We have purchased aircraft for that purpose, and radar capability has been improved. And Mr. President, when you look at the finds that we have found of illegal weapons coming into Jamaica, it shows the success of the build-out of what we are doing. And what I've said in the past, that anybody who seeks to import illegal weapons into this country, we must look at how we're going to treat them, because I believe they should be treated as terrorists. They are worse than the gunmen, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have implemented in the Jamaica Constabulary Force merit-based pathways to reward excellence and to enhance career development. Since 2024, almost 1,400 police officers have been promoted, including 80 in the gazetted ranks. This has filled critical vacancies and improved supervision of the men and women of the constabulary. We have increased social intervention measures and training and job opportunities in communities for youth, including those described as unattached. So when you look in Heart, we have expanded the training opportunities at Heart. For training, we have implemented Jamaica National Service Corps. There's a collaboration between Heart, the JDF, and over 6,000 persons who will be classified as unattached youth have gotten training, Mr. President. So social intervention measures are measures. We're not just going about it in no hard way to say that, yes. And Mr. President, when you look across several communities in St. James, Trelawney, and St. Ann, where it would have been difficult to police because they were informal communities, we have made significant improvements in them. So when you look in St. James, for example, Providence Heights has been improved. Police can patrol right throughout the community. You look in Lilliput, you look in Barrytown, you go to St. Ann, Mr. President, and you have Shaw Park. All these informal communities have been improved, bringing a better quality of life to the residents there. And when you bring a better quality of life and you change the psyche of the people, how they look on themselves and how they look on their community, it brings improvement, change their attitude. And these are the same persons who have gone out to support the Jamaica Constabulary, providing information. You have had many gun fines without even an arrest being effective, because the residents in these communities are working with the Jamaica Constabulary Force, Mr. President, because they see a better way of life under this administration. We have introduced new legislation. Leader has spoken about them. Won't go and comment further on that. But improved surveillance at the ports is also something that we have done. And I want to say that we must continue to improve our forensic capability at the legal forensic science and legal medicine unit, and to ensure that that unit becomes ISO certified. Because these are areas, Mr. President, that delay the court cases, the delays that Senator Brown spoke about. Cases can be fast-tracked, cases can be heard at a faster rate. So backlog they want to waste time and not take a plea where a plea may be more beneficial to them, hoping for the improvements that we are making in the autopsy suite, the improvements that are being made at the forensic lab, are things that they can take into account because the cases will get there quicker, faster, and be prepared for trial. Mr. President, it is all these strategies coming together in a well-managed economy. We must not forget that. A well-managed economy with increased employment opportunities, 3.5% unemployment we are at, compared to your time, which has resulted in a year-on-year reduction in major crimes, particularly murder. And in respect of the latter, 42% reduction, we are heading in the right direction. 17 out of 19 police divisions, remember the flip side in 2015? It is now 17 out of 9 police divisions that have seen a reduction in murder. In their time, it was that they had the majority of their divisions seeing an increase in murder. Under this administration, 17 out of 19 have experienced a reduction. And persons who recognize it, the Custos of Hanover came out publicly and said, in Hanover, there has been a 76% reduction in murders over 2024, and he declared the parish to be the safest parish. Mr. President, it is only a person with poor judgment that could conjure up the thought of swapping a Minister Harris Chang for any other person, or swapping the Honorable Prime Minister for anybody on that side. Poor judgment. Mr. President, interestingly, the same minister who in 2015 threw blame on the JSF and said they could not perform is the same person who now says, and he may have said it grudgingly, I would want to suspect, but he said it, that the JSF, he gave praise to the JSF to say that they have brought about a 19% reduction in murders over 2024. The same JSF, you know. So what is different, Mr. President? We ask ourselves, what is different? The first is that we have a good government making the right policies to ensure that the Jamaica Constabulary Force is funded. And we have an administration right across cabinet that is solid, committed, strong, and active, and a leadership that chooses Jamaica to make it the best it can be. That is the difference. So in 2015, JSF can't perform. But in 2024-25, JSF is performing. The same person who said it. What caused that? Leadership. Good policy. Good policy is what would have brought that up.
Numbers don't lie, guy.
So, Mr. President, leadership really matters. Leadership really matters. Not one which is about self-praise or persons who are power-hungry, but leadership which is strong and active. The type of leadership which is offered by the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness. And whilst we commend the reduction, I want to commend the men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the Jamaica Defence Force, and other critical stakeholders in law enforcement. Yes, sir. I said, and other critical custom students, sir. I will specifically make mention of that. But all critical stakeholders in law enforcement who continue to protect the law-abiding citizens of this country. And I implore the law-abiding citizens who have been working with their respective communities in support of peace and prosperity to continue to do so. You are the unsung heroes whose only desire is to obtain a better quality of life and further economic opportunity. This administration has shown that we are the best choice to attain those goals, Mr. President. Mr. President, these bills that we have before us went through the Joint Select Committee, and I had the pleasure of sitting on that committee, chaired by the Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of Justice. And we had with us the ministries, departments, to include the Ministries of Justice and Education, Attorney General's Chambers, Legal Reform Department, and the Office of the Parliamentary Council, Office of the Children's Advocate. And I want to commend all of them for their contribution that were made, including the submissions, 11 in total, written and oral submissions that were made to the committee. So, President, the bills were thoroughly interrogated. And I suppose it is out of that thorough interrogation that we had, that between the time when the committee had closed off and finalized on its report, there was some time that it took before it came to the lower house, and other things had to be looked on. There were delays because things had to be properly considered. So, Mr. President, we are where we are today, and the adjustments have been made. Most persons at the Joint Select Committee were concerned about the minimum mandatory sentence, and in particular as it relates to children. Mr. President, one should bear in mind that even the Child Protection Act as it now is legislation that contemplates high sentences for children, because a child under the present Child Protection Act can be sentenced up to 25 years for committing murder and gun offenses. So it is something that has been on the books for some time. Mr. President, our laws already contemplate significant sentences for persons, even those who are under 18. And in fact, the Offences Against the Persons Act is one that went through the Court of Appeal in relation to a case of Tafari Morrison against the King. Went to the Privy Council and the Queen. In 20, it went to the Court of Appeal, Tafari Morrison against the King. No, the Queen. But it was decided in the Privy Council in 2023. And I don't believe we had a Queen in 2023, sir. I don't think so. But in any event, there was an imposition of a minimum mandatory on a person who was under the age of.
Thank you very much. Speaker's time has expired. How much time you need, Mr. Sinclair?
I take about 10 minutes, sir.
Senator Bonte.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, I propose he be given 15 minutes to complete his.
The question is that the Senator be given 10 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor?
Thank you. Thank you, members.
Senator Sinclair, 1 minute. Madam Minister, it is 1:20 somewhere. Eh? Okay, we'll wait.
All right, so instead of, I won't go through all of what I had contemplated, but I just want to say it was a imposition of a minimum mandatory of 15 years on a child who had pleaded guilty to the offense of wounding with intent, using a firearm. And our Court of Appeal, to which that case went, did not find anything unconstitutional about the minimum mandatory. And similarly, when it went to the Privy Council did not find it unconstitutional. But the Privy Council did look at minimum mandatory sentences and whether they were constitutional and so forth. And they said the legal approach to the determination of the constitutionality of a minimum sentence is quite different. They were looking at how sentences would have been imposed. And the court must determine whether the imposition of the minimum sentence constitutes inhumane or degrading punishment or treatment. As it says that such treatment is contrary to international conventions, and they pointed out that the protection against that type of treatment is typically a feature in every Caribbean constitution. But they said that the test to get there is a test that is very stringent. Very stringent. So the issue is whether the imposition of the sentence is grossly disproportionate to the offense that is committed. And it is accepted that the grossly disproportionate sentence would constitute inhumane and degrading treatment. And they concluded it will only be in rare and unique occasions that that test would be met. So it's not, I come here today not feeling constrained, and I have the support I am submitting by what was opined by the UK Privy Council, our highest court. That when you have an egregious offense being committed, like murder, and in Jamaica, most of our murders, 90% I would say, is by gun murder. Yes. I believe that we will be able to withstand any constitutional challenge that anyone may wish to take to it. And you know, Mr. President, as legislators, we must reflect our abhorrence to those who commit not just the killing of a person, but to those who premeditate the act of killing or causing grievous bodily harm to another person. These bills don't relate to manslaughter, but to murder. And that is a distinction which I think missed a lot of persons who presented before the Joint Select Committee. Because I heard them talking about, well, somebody may have killed somebody out in the heat of the moment. You move from murder to provocation, by provocation to manslaughter. A different type of offense than where somebody premeditates, take up a gun, go out there and destroys the life of another person, Mr. President. So I think that we are on good footing. I believe that increasing the minimum mandatory will act as a deterrence. So the concern that Senator Lambert Brown spoke about, when persons appreciate two things, that you will be caught, as the Prime Minister said, because of the improvements to the JCF. And once you are caught and you go through a fair trial and you end up with a sentence, you will end up with a sentence of a significant number of years, will act as a deterrence to those who would want to contemplate the commission of the offense. Mr. President, the concerns that were raised about rehabilitation, and I'm happy to hear the pronouncements made by a leader of government business, but if we have things to fix, building a new prison, let's fix it. We will build it. But I want to also comment on the introduction of new methods in relation to sentencing. Because when you are sentenced and to hard labor, then we must make hard labor mean something. And I believe the inmates, the persons who are there, should work. If you have a stipend that they can get by virtue of that, then the stipend goes to prisoner rehabilitation fund, child support if they have children, or family support, or victim compensation. So we need to look on how we deal with that aspect of things. And concern in relation to delayed trials. Let us fix it. A lot of them are administrative. Difficulty or delays in getting reports, forensic reports, and so forth. Let us fix it. Let us fix the jury system. I see jurors come to court and have to intermingle with persons who are charged before the court. They don't want to come to court because of those circumstances. They don't want to come to court to serve as a juror because their names are pronounced in court. We can fix those things and to make those who come to serve in an environment that they can appreciate. But what this administration has done has increased the stipend to jurors, Mr. President, as a start. But there are other things that we can also do. And, Mr. President, let me just rush on. There are some other recommendations that I want to make. I take note of the adjustments made. I know Senator Sapphire Longmore, she has a particular thing about murder of children because she has said she believes anybody who murders a child should get the death penalty. Well, I believe that they should get the harshest possible sentence. But I also want us to look as we go about amending legislation, look on how we deal with situations where pregnant women may be murdered. And in the United States, there is a legislation that is called the Unborn Victims of Violence Act that we can look on for guidance. It was something that was raised by Minister Babsy Grange some time ago, but I don't think we have advanced it. I saw her name connected with it, but we can look on the Unborn Victims of Violence Act as it exists in the United States and treat it as guidance, Mr. President. And the other recommendation as we go about dealing with persons who want to evade criminal challenge is to look on the offense of harboring wanted persons. I believe that those who want to harbor or protect persons that the JCF has an interest in, that we need to look at amending how those situations are treated. They should get harsh punishment. And I believe that the Wanted Wednesday, you know how well Wanted Wednesday works? Yes. You put it out, you get a feedback. I believe it can work better because if I'm up to the mother who believes that their son is a person of interest to the JCF, will say, come son, let me get you into the police instead of you trying to avoid apprehension. So, Mr. President, as I close, I just say this. The law of Moses teaches us, thou shalt not kill. And our Charter of Rights guarantees every Jamaican, good, bad, and indifferent, the right to life. So from the spiritual to the secular, life is sacred. No man should premeditate another person's death. Avoid murder, and you avoid the penalties. It is that simple, Mr. President. And those who are bold to commit the most egregious offense should be prepared to accept the consequences of their action. So, Mr. President, I support the bills and trust that it will be another piece of the puzzle to make Jamaica, land we love, a safer place. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much, Senator Charles Sinclair. Minister, 120.
Mr. President, might the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Thank you very much. Senator Morris.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to make my contribution to the debate on these bills. And Mr. President, I don't intend to be long in my presentation, but there are some very important observations that I want to make and also clarification. Mr. President, as I listen to the debate, my mind took me back to 2018 when the first state of the emergency was declared. And as I listened to the presentation from Senator Sinclair, I can't but help to remind the Senate and Jamaica that when the debates were taking place on the states of emergency, we on this side put forward a number of suggestions to deal with the problem that was before us in terms of the rising murder rate and crimes across the country. Mr. President, I remember in 2018, Senator Bunting spoke about the need for increasing the numbers in the JCF and not the JDF, because at that point in time, there was an increase in the numbers in the JDF and not the JCF. That was what Senator Bunting put on the table. I remember Senator Damian Crawford speaking and talking about the need for technology to be expanded across the country in the fight against criminality. And that was 2018. And at that time, Mr. President, I spoke and mentioned the need for the rollout of an army of social workers to complement the fight against crime, because at that time, the murder rate, 33%, was related to domestic violence. And the police, you can't put police in bedroom to engage in relationships that are taking place in the home. So we need social workers to be expanded in the system to help deal with the rising murder rate. That was 2018. It took the government 4 years before they started to respond to some of these suggestions. 4 years before they started to respond to some of these suggestions. And you are, you know... All right.
You are a professor upon your name.
Yes. But, you know, Mr. President, it took 4 years for the government to respond to the situation. And even more so, we are seeing all manner of things happening in 2025 because it is an election year. We welcome the reduction in murder rates across the country. And I want to commend the police and in particular, the Commissioner of Police, the new Commissioner of Police, who I happen to know very well because he was my schoolmate at the university. Not from you.
Whoa.
Not from you.
Sharp fly.
So, you know, when the Commissioner of Police graduated in 2017, he graduated with distinction in his doctoral program. And I happen to know the capacity of this individual. He's a Myconian as well. So, you know, I think that this commissioner has a strategic mind and is enjoying the confidence of the men and women in the JCF. And so the JCF has been doing a very good job in responding to the crime wave across the country. And that's why I'm very surprised, as Senator Lambert Brown pointed out, that in spite of the excellent work that the police is doing, the best motivation, the best compensation that the government can come up with is a 0% increase in salary. I am very much flabbergasted by that because I think the men and women of the JCF deserve better. And the rest of the public sector deserve better. And Mr. President, we have to reward and compensate individuals when they do perform. And we have to give them all the support. And this is why, Mr. President, when Mark Golding becomes the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, when Mark Golding becomes the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, we have plans to make sure that we support and motivate the men and women of the police force and the public sector in general. And we have indicated and signaled that with our housing plan, for example, where we are going to build 50,000 houses, affordable houses, our police, our teachers, our public sector workers will be major beneficiaries of those houses that we will be building. And so I say to the public sector workers, don't you worry. Help is on the way. Mr. President, the bills before us seek to, among other things, establish harsher penalties for crimes or murder against our children, for example. And as I looked at the bill, Madam Leader of Government Business, I wondered why we never included groups such as senior citizens and persons with disabilities. Because the crime of murder against these individuals, our disabled and our senior citizens, are indeed egregious. And I am wondering, Mr. President, if an amendment couldn't be accommodated in this debate, because the amendment sheet came up here this morning. And so it still will have to go back to the House of Representatives for ratification. I would want to see, Mr. President, our senior citizens and persons with disabilities be added to this list, because when crimes of murder are committed against these individuals, it's just egregious. And I would want to suggest that. And then, Mr. President, as I look at the mandatory minimum sentencing and the various concerns that have been expressed by individuals here in the chamber and in the public, if we shouldn't establish a time frame for review of the legislation to see how effective these sentencing provisions have been. And I think that if we say 5 years, that would be a reasonable time frame for us to look and see how effective such sentencing provisions have been. And I would urge, Madam Minister, that these two suggestions be considered in order to make sure that we improve upon the provisions in these bills. And I await your response to these two suggestions. May it please you, Mr. President.
Like while you speak, Marlon gone to KFC.
Well,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Professor Morris. Senator Shireen with 1E, Golden Campbell. Elton, don't. Could I invite the leaders just to have a word with the clerk concerning the way forward for the rest of the day, please? I'm not anticipating that Senator Golden is going to be long. She's not usually. Thank you, Senator Golden Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope I'm not going to be long. I really do try to be very brief, but I'm doing something today that I haven't done before, and that is I'm going to try and operate my computer. I see the leader do it all the time, and I'm always fascinated, but I still live in the world of paper when it comes to speaking. I don't have written notes, but I have some thoughts that I want to share about these bills. I was a member of the Joint Select Committee that deliberated on these three bills. And we had extensive discussion and requested information and data. We learned a lot about the deficits of the corrections infrastructure. And so I'm really, really pleased to hear the Minister reveal the corrections policy and the work that is being done to improve that area. But, Mr. President, it was clear to me in that committee that what the intent of the bills were. And I saw it, Mr. President, as part of the strategic approach to culling crime, to culling the thing that has been this absolute albatross around our necks in this country for so long. I think it was during a debate on the state of emergency, probably in 2022, I'm not recalling the year now, when I stood up in this chamber and in my plea to my opposition colleagues to support the bill, I mentioned the homicide rate at the time, and I think the figure I then quoted was 46 per 100,000 people in Jamaica. I was reviewing a study done by the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. It's a 2023 study. The data, of course, would have been collated in 2021. And they cite Jamaica then as having a homicide rate of 53 per 100,000 people. Alarming, Mr. President. I spoke then about feeling the anxiety as a mother when my child would leave the house and being very protective and concerned about their safety until I could see them back home in the safety of our home. I did not imagine, Mr. President, that I could, in 3 years after that, get to a point where I hear my Minister of National Security telling us about a rate in the 20s per 100,000 and trending down. It's a remarkable, remarkable transformation, and it must be regarded as such. But it is not a hodgepodge of ideas. It's not a member who gets up and talk about, oh, put technology over there, or another member who says at another time, oh, increase the numbers of the force. It's not a hodgepodge of things thrown in to see what sticks. It is, Mr. President, a cohesive, thought out, researched, analyzed program and plan, a strategy, Mr. President, that is typical of the Andrew Holness-led government. It's not get up and fling something out to see if it will work. It is hunkering down with technical persons, getting expert advice, thinking about the vision you have for Jamaica, and executing, coming up with and executing a plan and measuring its success over time. That is the approach that our Prime Minister has taken to tackling crime. So I am looking forward, Mr. President, to getting to that point where I can sleep with my doors open, because I'm beginning to believe it's true, that it's possible. Mr. President, I was looking in ChatGPT. I've been playing around with the AI. And I asked ChatGPT, what you define, what is strategy? And it came up with some characteristics. Long-term focus, goal-oriented, flexible, resource-aware, and coordinated. And I thought it was significant to talk about that in the context of the discussion on these bills and the national strategic approach to tackling crime. Because, Mr. President, these are the characteristics that transform society, and it is the approach of this administration that has transformed the financial future of this country and is seeking now to transform the crime situation. We are seeing it happen in practice. And there are other legs, Mr. President, that I know our Prime Minister intends to continue in his next term in office. Mr. President, I make this observation. This government has had a number of shocks, and somehow or other, when this side goes into government, there are always a number of shocks that it wasn't expecting, that no one was expecting, that we have to face. So we had the global recession in the 2007-11 administration. This one came in 2020. In no time, we were facing a global pandemic, a war in the Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. But every single time this administration is faced with these things, it doesn't just react. It doesn't just throw out things to do. And God knows it doesn't hold its head and wonder what to do. It sits, it plans, and it executes. And it's a very different approach from my colleagues on that side, who, when faced with tough crises in this country, somehow just seem to wander around in the darkness, not knowing how to impact it, not knowing how to mitigate it, not knowing what to do about it. And we can go back as far as the 90s and come back where we see that demonstrated, whether it's with FinSAC, whether it's with crime, it's the same approach. Not sure, they don't know, they don't know. So, Mr. President, when I look at this bill, and I support what this bill is trying to do, and I support the amendments that we have made, we had the conversation in the Joint Select Committee about mandatory minimums. And the leader, my Senate leader, dealt with it very well in terms of the distinction between the judiciary and the legislature, and that separation of powers, and the role of the legislature to make law. So I don't need to restate that. But I will say the support, though it was a Joint Select Committee, it is sounding almost like my colleagues on the other side do not support this bill. I could be wrong. Which I find interesting, because certainly the question of mandatory minimums should not detain one if one remembers that, one, the role of the legislature is what it is, and two, that there are still provisions in law where there are mandatory minimums, where if a court feels that a sentence, though prescribed, though a mandatory minimum, is unduly harsh, that such a convicted person can apply to the court, obtain a certificate that gives them leave to appeal. And an appellate court can consider a reduction of that sentence. We forget also, Mr. President, that the Plea Negotiations and Agreement Act, yes, Section 42K, that the Plea Negotiations and Agreement Act allows for those who are before the courts for the crime, an offense like murder, to enter into negotiations with the prosecutor in terms of a plea. Mr. President, if you have committed an offense like murder, then a plea and a guilty plea takes you out of the line of fire. Mr. President, those, particularly the Criminal Justice and Administration Act and that provision for having the court re-look at the sentence where it's unduly harsh, should give comfort to those who feel that a mandatory minimum penalty is restrictive. And I am comfortable with that, Mr. President. I do say, though, that the intent of these bills and the general program in terms of legislative approach, funding of the police force, and all the other initiatives that have been expressed today, Senator Sinclair has properly outlined them, are, Mr. President, a strategic approach. And therefore, Mr. President, I support these bills and I support the initiatives that this administration is attempting with the passage of these bills. May it please you.
Sorry, thank you very much, Senator Golden Campbell. Senator Bunting, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, because he's more likely to be back here.
Mr. President, so soon as you're ready, you can I go ahead? I wanted your attention as my first. Mr. President, I know you like me to address the chair, so as a courtesy to you, while I see you're distracted, I will wait for you for your attention.
I'm sorry, Senator Bunting. You may proceed, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. President, when I heard your opening comments to Senator Lambert Brown, and I was reading the tea leaves, so to speak, I figured this may very well be the final sitting of the Senate.
No, I don't think so.
And well, I am reading the tea leaves, and I said, I will come and, not in a combative sense, because we will soon have a chance to meet on the campaign trail. But since Senator Sinclair decided to embark on his usual harangue, I think I must say a few words in response. Clearly I'm living rent-free in his head as well as Senator Chubby's head. So, because they always dedicate the better part of their contributions to me. But let me start with Senator Sinclair's comments on divine intervention. I make no apology for that, Senator Sinclair. I much prefer it to be that than seeking the intervention of my Obiaman uncle, which my successor referred to. The truth of the matter is, the context in which I said it was that there had been a triple murder suicide, where a father had murdered his wife and 2 children and then committed suicide. And exactly the point that Senator Professor Morris made about you could not have police in every household in order to prevent crimes like that. In fact, only divine intervention touching the hearts of men could prevent those types of domestic murders. So we make no apology for that. Then, Senator Sinclair went on at length. Curiously, I thought he would have avoided it. Talking about 2015. And let me remind him, in 2015, we had 1,207 murders. let us now go to 2016. We had 1,354 murders. Now, we then jumped in 2017 to 1,647 murders. Now, he's criticizing me for the 1,200, you know. Yeah. Within 2 years, they'd increased that by 30% the murders. Let me explain to you what happened. Let me explain to you what happened. You came into office in 2016 and you started to pursue this idiotic policy of purchasing used cars for the police. Many of which 10 years later have not been delivered. All the money was paid, yes, that is correct. So suddenly we found that for 2016 and 2017, the police were starved of vehicles. They lacked the mobility. And the significance of this, Mr. President, is that vehicles are a force multiplier. So when you take away the operational vehicles from the police, you are going to get the results that you see that occurred, that 30% increase within 2 years. But as if that wasn't bad and bad enough, in 2017, January, Minister Montague held a blast-off. A blast-off. You know, something I gather is common in the insurance sales industry. He held a blast-off to motivate the police for 27. And who did he bring to motivate them? Someone accused of murder and subsequently convicted of murder. I'm going to suggest that that was not a motivation for the police. That must have been demoralizing for the police. So imagine, first of all, they're put in a car, in a broke down old car, where if somebody the size of Senator Morgan sat in it, a policeman the size of Senator Morgan sat in it, it couldn't move off on a slope. It couldn't move off on a slope. And this was the embarrassment. The police were put in these wrecks for an inexplicable reason, because not a single other police force in the entire world had a policy of purchasing used cars. Not a single one. Not a single one. The mother of all bandulos. It was one of the most corrupt things that we have ever seen. That's how it went up to 1,647. I think that was the highest, it was the highest, second highest year in our history. So states of emergency were introduced and initially brought down murders to about 1,300. But they were then, you know, we warned that they may have an initial shock and awe effect. But after the first 6 months, we saw murders continuing to climb. 2019, 1,340. This is 4 years in now, 2019. More money being spent on the police than in history. We still see it climbing. We said then that, and we were the only ones who said it, Hartley Lewin, Rear Admiral Hartley Lewin, who had served both as CDS and as Commissioner of Police, said there was a misallocation of resources because there we were increasing by thousands the JDF when we kept saying that a soldier cannot do a policeman's job. But we were increasing the JDF, the strength and the establishment and the strength of the JDF, but not of the JCF. By 2019, again, 1,332, compared to the 1,209 that Senator Sinclair was complaining about. 1,332 by 2021, up to 1,474, much higher than the 1,209 that he's making a big deal from. 2022, 1,511. 2023, 1,400. All this time, states of emergency being used as a serial and routine use of policing, which we kept making a point, was both unconstitutional and ineffective. As a result, what do we find? That after, even without counting any murders this year, by 2024, there had been 12,481 Jamaicans murdered under this two-term GLP administration, under this Prime Minister Andrew Holness. More Jamaicans murdered than under any other two terms in the history of this country. And on the basis of a 6-month reduction now, they want us to believe that this is a big success. A big success when more Jamaicans have been murdered under your administration than under any other two-term administration in the history of Jamaica. That is not success. That is not success.
Even when nobody will be a man.
Even when they will be a man. And the truth of the matter is that if we just go back to those 8 years, up to 2023, they averaged annually 1,416 murders, a 25% increase that resulted in 2,300 more lives lost than if the PNP's average numbers had been maintained. When did we see a meaningful reduction occur? After a number of challenges in court, in the Constitutional Court, a number of successful challenges, after we stopped these performative extensions by not supporting it in the Senate. The first year when basically 0 states of emergency were used was 2024. And that for the first time, it fell just above the average of what it was during the previous PNP administration. No, this is why I commend the Commissioner of Police, because he's rubbished that state of emergency approach. He has taken the approach of focused deterrence. This is the law enforcement equivalent of spear fishing, Professor Morris. This is the law enforcement equivalent of spear fishing. The states of emergency was the law enforcement equivalent of net fishing. All it did was scrape up a whole heap of people who were never charged at the end and which had no effect, had no positive effect on reducing crime. In fact, the misallocation of resources means that that administration should account to the families of those 2,300 more persons murdered than if they had just maintained what they had inherited. So, you know, I really wasn't intending to go there. The question of funding, of course we didn't have the funding, Senator Sinclair, because we inherited an economy on the verge of economic meltdown. And that's not my terms. That's the IMF. Go to the IMF reports. And it will tell you that when we came to office in 2012, we inherited an economy on the verge of an economic meltdown. And we had to do the heavy lifting to return the government, the Jamaican government, to a sustainable fiscal path by 2016 February when we handed over, which is why you've been able to spend more resources on, which is why you have been able to spend more resources on the police. But let me turn now, let me not be distracted any further in responding to these lightweights. Let me return to what I had intended to say on the bills. What else I had intended to say. This mandatory minimum sentencing issue sits at the intersection of justice, public safety, and our shared responsibility to create a society that is both secure and fair. And let me state clearly, Jamaica is under siege from violent crime. We live in a time when illegal firearms continue to devastate communities, when criminal gangs infiltrate our institutions, and when our citizens, especially the most vulnerable, cry out for justice and protection. The instinctive response has been to get tough on crime. In that spirit, multiple parliaments, many parliaments, have enacted legislation over a long period of time. I believe it began with the Patterson administration. Legislation that prescribed mandatory minimum sentences for certain serious offenses. I believe it was when the gun court was challenged, when that was challenged, that it was converted to mandatory life. It was indefinite detention. Indefinite detention. Okay, well that, so the first one went as far back as the 70s administration. So it's not something new in our system. And truthfully, the rationale is understandable. We want to send a strong signal that crime has consequences. We want to deter potential offenders. We want to restore public confidence in the rule of law. And we want consistency in sentencing across our courts. But there are sincere persons, including my colleague, Senator Lambert, and sincere people can have differences of opinion. And I think we have to bear in mind their views. Good intentions alone do not guarantee good outcomes. And the evidence, both international and right here in Jamaica, is not conclusive. There may be some evidence of a mild deterrence for firearm offenses. But on the other hand, we have seen where the rigid application of mandatory minimum sentences can also produce injustices, produce overcrowded prisons, and in many cases can produce counterproductive outcomes, such as case backlogs as it removes the incentives for plea bargaining. Far too often, it's the young men from marginalized communities, many first-time offenders, many coerced or manipulated, who find themselves serving lengthy prison terms under laws that make no distinction between a gang leader and a frightened, unemployed youth coerced to hold a bag or be a courier. Our judges, men and women with years of training and the benefit of hearing the full circumstances of each case, have their hands tied. They are unable to exercise discretion or show mercy where the facts and fairness would demand it. And so there is a risk of this approach of mandatory minimum sentences, turning our justice system into a machine, mechanical, unforgiving, and blind to context. Even more worrying is that these laws, if not in Jamaica, but certainly globally, have disproportionately impacted the poor and dispossessed. They've widened the gap between uptown and downtown justice. And while the system punishes the low-hanging fruit with automatic sentences, the powerful often avoid prosecution altogether. And what about our correctional facilities? We all know they're overcrowded, under-resourced, and ill-equipped to rehabilitate. Although somebody says to me, well, if you're sending somebody to a 50-year mandatory minimum sentence, what is the point of rehabilitation? Yeah. But the truth is that they will be serving in facilities with non-violent or minor offenders who will be influenced by them. And we want to prepare those persons, those inmates, for re-entry into society. So we have to be careful that we're not creating a finishing school for criminality. The opposition does not have any blanket objection to mandatory minimums. And I'm sorry, Senator Golding is not here, because in the debate in the lower house, that was quite clear. That was made quite clear, and in fact, it was carried in the media. So we are not, while there may be varying positions within our membership, there is no objection, there's no opposition objection to mandatory minimums. We understand that there are cases, repeat violent offenders, gang leaders, sexual predators, where strong, consistent sentences serve the interests of justice and public safety. But going forward, I think the Parliament might consider the establishment of an independent sentencing commission, as other countries have, that can guide Parliament and policymakers with evidence-based recommendations, and to ensure that our laws keep pace with fairness, proportionality, and modern penal philosophy. It can examine safety valve provisions, enabling judges to depart from the mandatory minimum where the offender played a minor role, acted under duress, or shows clear potential for rehabilitation. And above all, we need to stop pretending that sentencing alone can fix what is broken. We must invest in community-based diversion programs, youth rehabilitation, skills training, and restorative justice. We must address the root causes of crime, not just its symptoms. A just society is not one where the poor are punished swiftly and severely, while the privileged walk free. A just society is one where punishment fits not just the crime, but the circumstances, the offender, and the greater good. So yes, let us be tough on crime, but also let us be smart on justice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Bunting just turned. Okay. Senator Fitzhenley, and I'm going to take the luncheon break after Senator Fitzhenley.
Oh, thank you. Come on, let's go. Thank you, sir. I've listened keenly, Mr. President, to the submissions of members of the opposition, including the individual who spoke immediately before me. And to Jamaicans who were born yesterday, they might be excused with thinking that they heard the submissions of a national security expert. But the people of Jamaica should be reminded that the gentleman who pontificates as if he has all the solutions to the issue of violent crime in Jamaica is an individual who, when he had the opportunity to be National Security Minister and murder spiraled, he attended upon a platform and bawled that despite the best efforts of the security forces and the PNP administration, murders continued to spiral. He said the gains were low and slow. I bring to the attention of the Jamaican people that the individual who spoke just now and assumed the countenance of an expert on national security is the same individual who presided over 6% cumulative increase in murders when he had the chance to be the National Security Commander-in-Chief. It's the same individual, sir, who had the indignity of being the first National Security Minister to be the victim of a burglary, as media indicated that he skylarked at Sansan Villa in Portland. Senator Bunting has no credibility to speak on matters of national security. I'd urge the people of Jamaica not to be confused or misled by his pontifications, which ring hollow when we recall his track record as a failure when he served as Minister of National Security. I wish to indicate as well, the member made the point that the opposition has been suggesting that murders under this current administration, this is the most that the country has seen over in terms of the term of any single administration. This is not accurate. The fact is, between 1989, when the PNP came back to power, having inherited a murder rate of 439 in the previous year, over 13,000 Jamaicans were murdered, culminating in 2005, when Jamaica was described as the murder capital of the world. 1,674 Jamaicans cut down.
Selective statistics won't work here. Don't try it. Tricks are for kids.
The opposition should not be allowed to use statistics to attempt to mislead the people of Jamaica. You know, I refer to an anecdote my former colleague Matthew Samuda had brought to the Parliament of Jamaica. He indicated that Independence Park Limited, which operates the National Stadium, which is a source of national pride, their capacity, their website tells us, is 35,000 people. What, however, is not a source of national pride is that for the past 30 years, between 1994 and 2024, criminals have murdered approximately 38,215 people in Jamaica. So imagine the stadium at full capacity, 35,000, grandstand and bleachers full. Violent criminals in Jamaica have gone beyond that figure in terms of the number of lives they have stuffed out over the past 30 years. 38,215. Not only a sobering statistic and a stain on the collective conscience of us as a nation, but indicative of families, dreams and aspirations torn apart by decisive and irreversible violation of the most important constitutional right, the right to life. The fact is we live in a society where, across various demographics, there is no regard, no value placed on saving human life. We are a young democratic nation, sir, a nation of laws. And for very long, I've been of the view that Jamaica should send a strong and emphatic message to criminals that we condemn the notion of taking the life of another unlawfully in premeditated circumstances, that murder is not to be tolerated. And if it is committed, criminals must know not only that they will be caught, but the consequences will be sure and far-reaching. It is in this context, sir, that I lend my support to the bills before us, which will increase penalties for the offense of murder under Jamaican law. I'm of the view that the bills appear to be carefully designed to not only send a strong message concerning the posture of the administration towards the act of murder, but they have been properly crafted to be proportionate, constitutional, and to show regard for the rights of all people, including the right to due process and rehabilitation in cases where it is genuinely warranted. My view regarding the proposed harsher punishment for people who murder our nation's children. It is true that the conscience of a society can be best assessed by how it treats society's most vulnerable. I believe that sage postulation lends appropriate context to my support for this particular section of the amendment. It is time to send a clear and strong signal to people who are minded to murder our nation's children. The amendments, of course, are not a panacea to solving the problem of violent crime in Jamaica, but it is part of the process, it's part of the solution, and a signal that the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness takes very seriously our duty to protect and uphold justice in our country. I began by outlining some statistics which I described as sobering. I wish to say to the people of Jamaica that even as we commend the security forces for their work, which has led to a decline in murders, it is important to note that strategic endeavor and policymaking have been key to achieving this positive outcome of a 44% decline in murders. I've seen the Prime Minister and the Security Minister at work, doing the painstaking research, calling the stakeholders together, crafting Plan Secure Jamaica, a plan to deal with violent crime, the first comprehensive plan of its nature, tabled in the Parliament of Jamaica. Therefore, when the opposition spokesman, who for many years deceptively suggested that there is no anti-crime plan in existence, when he says that the security forces deserve credit for the decline in violent crime, but no credit is to be ascribed to the administration, that is the most barefaced bit of intellectual dishonesty that I've seen in a very, very long time. Senator Sinclair spoke about the steps taken by this administration, investment we have made, over $80 billion invested in national security, compared to $28 billion by the former administration. Senator Sinclair mentioned a number of the steps taken. I won't go over them, but a couple of them: significant expansion in the numbers of the security forces, technology, in the anti-gang law, the Firearms Act, preparedness to use states of public emergency, investment in of billions in protecting the nation's borders, improvement of the working conditions of the police. And importantly, this administration has been clear in indicating that we strongly support the security forces to defend themselves lawfully when they are confronted by gunmen. I note an inconsistent approach taken by the opposition to this business of the decline in murders. A few days ago, and today I heard the opposition spokesman on security purporting to congratulate the security forces. Indeed, he did so today. This is the same opposition spokesman who in January of 2025, January 5, 2025, penned an article entitled Restoring Order, Building Peace, where he said, concerns persist about the accuracy of the JCF statistics, particularly allegations of suppressed murder totals. Quite unfortunate. But today he proposes to congratulate the security forces. I trust that the people of Jamaica and the hard-working men and women of the security forces will recognize the opposition spokesman's hypocrisy for what it is. Not too long ago, he was suggesting that the crime statistics, the murder statistics were suppressed. And I just read the quote into the record. I say to the opposition spokesman, sir, via the Parliament of Jamaica, I say to the opposition spokesman, shame on you for calling into question the professional integrity of the men and women of the JCF. Shame on you. Quite frankly, sir, I was disappointed that the opposition spokesman did not use his contribution to the Senate today to apologize to the hard-working men and women of the JCF and the JDF, whose hard work he ostensibly dissed for political mileage. He should apologize to the men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force for attempting to pour cold water on the gains made in the fight against crime. As I reiterate my support for the amendments which are before us today, sir, which seek to send a strong message to criminals that this administration is fully committed to bringing an end to their days of parading the streets and snuffing up the lives of Jamaicans. I conclude, similar to Senator Sinclair, with a message to the Jamaican people. Continuity is important. Let us not forget that when the opposition spokesman on security and the opposition spokesman on justice, who now aspire to lead Jamaica today, had their chance, they presided over a cumulative increase in murders after inheriting a downward trend. Let us not forget that when times got hot in the kitchen, the same opposition spokesman who wants to lead the security portfolio now, he went on a platform, his voice cracked, he appeared on the verge of weeping, and he lamented that the statistics were low and slow, despite the best efforts of the security forces and the PNP administration, which he suggested was not enough. The choice, my fellow Jamaicans, is clear. The weak leadership, 6% murder spike, and generally poor outcomes of Peter Bunting and Mark Golding during their last term. The choice, my fellow Jamaicans, is clear. The weak leadership offered by Bunting and Golding, who presided over a 6% increase in murders, or the carefully crafted current strategies and a 44% decline in murders presided over by Dr. Andrew Holness and National Security Minister Dr. Horace Chan. Quite frankly, sir, I believe it's evident, and there is no need to go back to weak leadership and poor outcomes which dogged the Bunting and Golding era. I'm confident that this is an important year of decision-making. The people of Jamaica will look at the policies put in place, take note of the communities which feel safer, examine carefully the lives saved, and stick with the administration of Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. The bill, sir, have my support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Fitzhenley. Leader, in your absence, a determination was made to take a break at this time for lunch. You are out of the room, but it was the consensus. So I'm going to take a break. It's 2:30, and we. No, look here. I'm in the hands of the members of the Senate, and I'm just telling you that was the consensus. You have more speakers, Minister?
Yes, she has more speakers. Take so Manchester off the mind and be quietly balanced.
Look here, I'm a creature of consensus, you know. Okay, let's go. Who is the next speaker? Who is the next speaker? Eh? Senator Morgan. Senator Morgan. Thank you, sir. Who was Senator Abka Fitzhenley? Did I say thank you? Thank you very much. Go ahead, Senator Morgan, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise this afternoon to support the amendments before us insofar as these three pieces of legislation. When I note the observations from the members opposite and the overarching suggestion and the view that we should essentially leave the business of sentencing to jurists and not go the route as legislators to legislate mandatory sentences. You get the impression, Mr. President, that there is no mischief to be corrected, no gap or deficiency to be addressed. And I wish to submit at the very outset that that is not the case. We have a mischief to correct. We have mischief to address, because the truth is, for us on this side, we place a premium on the democracy within which we operate, and we are guided by the sentiments of the public. We note, we hear the frustration of the public, and we are Democrats at heart, and we seek to respond appropriately, utilizing the tools as government-side legislators at our disposal, Mr. President. And we are unequivocal and unapologetic in that regard. Why do I start here? Mr. President, Giovanni Ellis, the person who was identified as a person of interest in the brutal rape, murder, and stuffing in a barrel of young Kelsey Cassidy Ferragon in Central St. Catherine, is a gentleman who was before the courts before, is a gentleman who had come into conflict with the law before, and the sentiment of the Jamaican people in the case of Giovanni Ellis, as has been the case in other instances where people have been let out back on the streets of Jamaica, and it is in the view and estimation of the Jamaican people that the punishment they got, the number of years to which they were sentenced by our criminal justice system, was insufficient relative to the crime for which they were convicted. That is what the government is responding to, in part, by way of these amendments before us. Yes? So to be very clear, Mr. President, it is important as a nation of laws and institutions, not of men. It is important, given our fine democratic traditions, for us to take note as legislators of the sentiments, the frustrations, and of course, the pleadings of the Jamaican people, and have those situated in what we come here to do. And so, Mr. President, as set out in this piece of legislation, the Offences Against the Person Act, and of course, the attendant Criminal Justice Administration Act, the proposed increase in the minimum mandatory sentences, yes, reflects responsiveness on the part of the government to a most vexing issue. Mr. President, the foremost duty and responsibility of a government is the safety and security of its citizens. While Senator Peter Bunting abdicated, when he served as National Security Minister, threw his proverbial hands in the air, bawled, and called for divine intervention, and quite frankly, nothing is wrong with invoking, yes, faith-based underpinnings and beliefs. But that must be paired, Mr. President, with tangible and intentional action on the part of policymakers and actors to whom state power is entrusted. You don't have the luxury of abdicating. And on this side, we are not in the business of abdicating. We are not in the business of throwing in the towel. And so we will pursue the marauding gunmen and the menacing criminals in our society. And we will ensure that the toughest and strongest penalties are meted out to them. Mr. President, some years ago, there was a conscience vote in this Parliament. And so for those who would seek to castigate former National Security Minister Montague for his perspective on the matter of the death penalty, they can go that route. Yes? But what is not to be overlooked, Mr. President, is that by virtue of the investments and the hard work that has been undertaken by this Andrew Holness-led Jamaica Labour Party government, we are at a point at present when all the critical elements have come together, where there is greater certainty of punishment. And so for us, we are not only about the severity of punishment, because we are very mindful of the dynamics of the correctional services and of our penal system. Yes, persons are sentenced as part of the sanctions for having committed themselves, having committed offenses, and they undergo a period of incarceration in many instances, but they go to jail, or to prison rather, as punishment. Not for punishment, as punishment. But what we have managed to do over these past 9.5 years, Mr. President, is to get to a point of greater certainty in punishing offenders. There is no hiding place. And as I said sort of earlier, not even at a villa in Portland, there is hiding place nowadays. Now we are unequivocal in that regard. We're pursuing the criminals, We have brought all the critical elements together, and that is why we are where we are at present. In terms of persons who make a determination to commit crime, they best understand and believe that the days of doing so and committing crimes with impunity are long gone. Those days are now, Mr. President, in the rearview mirror where Jamaica is concerned. We are, Mr. President, at a historical and epochal point. The investments in and the provision of the human, financial, infrastructural, strategic and tactical assets, as well as the legislative resources in this country, have been unprecedented under this government. Never before have we seen the investments in the human resources of the Jamaica Constabulary Force in the history of Jamaica in the way we have invested in them in this iteration. Never before have we seen the investments, the financial resource investments in the Constabulary Force and in crime fighting in general here in Jamaica as we are seeing in this dispensation, Mr. President. You would have heard Senator Sinclair earlier outlining some of the police stations that have since been rehabilitated and some have been newly built. Yes? Not least the one at Olympic Gardens, not least the one at Froome in Westmoreland, and several others around the country, including Shady Grove up in Senator Crawford's where he's aspiring to be Member of Parliament, up in St. Catherine, Northwestern. So just to be very clear, Mr. President, all of these investments taken together have resulted in the architecture and the crime-fighting apparatus that we have at present, unbeknown to some who will try to weave a certain narrative to suggest that, yes, we had periods in time in recent years where we had crime being in excess of 1,300. Little do they know and appreciate, Mr. President, that while that was the case, the hard and painstaking investments, the important investments in our national security architecture were being made such that we can now be enjoying a 44% reduction in murders since the start of calendar year 2025. Mr. President, as is being, colleagues, they can try as they might. Mr. President, as we speak, at the Montego Bay Community Center in Montego Bay, St. James, and at the National Arena here in St. Andrew, here in the corporate area, the men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force are putting on a fantastic and compelling show, Mr. President. Never before in the history of Jamaica has the Jamaica Constabulary Force had the capabilities that it boasts today. And those are on show as we speak at the National Arena and at the auditorium at the Montego Bay Community College. Mr. President, the constabulary is at its establishment in excess of 14,000 men and women at the disposal of the Chief Constable, that being the Police Commissioner. Mr. President, the forensic and investigative capabilities of the JISTV has also been considerably enhanced on account of the investments that have been made. I speak of the forensics laboratory, for example. Of course, I would have alluded earlier to the infrastructure, the state of many police stations, the facilities that these hardworking men and women have to go to every day as they serve, protect, and reassure us. And so, Mr. President, all those things taken together have served to boost the morale of the men and women in the JCF, and they have served to bring the capabilities and the capacity of the JCF to unprecedented levels at present. So much so that from time to time when we hear reportage in the media of the commission of criminal offenses, murders and other crimes, we often hear of some clear-up shortly thereafter. That was not the case in a dispensation past, Mr. President. And we on this side are proud of those gains, and we are proud of those strides the JCF has been making. And so, Mr. President, for us, it is not surprising that we are seeing a 44% reduction in murders. It is not surprising for us, Mr. President, consequent on the investments that have been made in crime fighting, in making the people of Jamaica safer, that almost all the police divisions across Jamaica are recording and experiencing reductions in murders since the start of this calendar year. 17 of the 19 police divisions, Mr. President, are seeing reductions in murders, and that is unprecedented, and I dare say that is commendable. Mr. President, there are 14, as the National Security Minister has indicated. There have been 14 consecutive weeks since March of this calendar year of reduction in murders below 15, yes, for each week. Just recently, Mr. President, it came to light that for the entire month of May, there was no murder in the town of Maypen. And for those of us who can recall and appreciate what the police division of Clarendon has been in recent years, we will know that that is not a small deal. That is, in fact, a big deal. Because Maypen, the citizens down there will tell you, for many years, has not been a playpen. And for there to be no murders in Maypen for the entire month of May, that is commendable and that is unprecedented. Mr. President, there is an almost 70% reduction in murders in St. James. And not dissimilar to the observation I made just now regarding Maypen, St. James is in fact a commendable turnaround story, because we know of the bloodshed and the bloodletting that over many years has taken place in that particular policing space. We know of Bebe Stevens, the pioneer of the lottery scam, a gentleman who was ostensibly associated with the PNP's constituency organization in West Central St. James. Yes? Is it Kevin or Kenrick? Kenrick Bebe Stevens, the godfather, the pioneer and the father of the lottery scamming. We have had considerable bloodshed in St. James as a parish as a result of the lottery scam. Yeah? And so, Mr. President, a wise man made mention in recent days that time is a relentless master. Indeed, time, it is said, has a spanner to fit every knot. For years, Mr. President, the government's detractors, the government's critics, many of them are among the members opposite, went about asking about crime plan and so on. It has to be noted, Mr. President, it has to be underscored and it has to be telegraphed to them. It has to be telegraphed to the members opposite, our detractors and critics where crime fighting is concerned, that heights by great men, reached and kept, were not attained, Mr. President, by sudden flight. For they, while their companions grandstand and ask about where's the crime plan, were upward toiling through the night. And the truth of the matter is that the results in crime fighting, the results in the sustained reduction in murders that we're seeing today, Mr. President, is as a result of the investments that have been made. So while others sat on the sidelines criticizing and asking about crime plan, there were those among us who were busy making the investments and of course, yes, and of course, putting in the work to bring us to the point where we are at present today. And so, you know, Mr. President, like the upcoming general elections, you know, because I'm noting those babbling across the aisle, the race is not for the swift. It is indeed for those who can endure. You're a cream crackers, man. You're a soft soap. Peter Bunting, a soft soap. Mr. President, the recent judgment of the court on the matter of the SOEs brings into sharp focus where we are as a country and indeed where we have been as a country. Mr. President, over many years we have been racking up a murder tally year over year in excess of 1,000. In many instances, we have gone in excess of 1,300, and we have hit, of course, the 1,600 mark. We became the murder capital of the world in 2005 under the PNP government of that period, under Prime Minister Patterson, who ruled the roost back in that dispensation. And it is quite sad, Mr. President, even as we note the judgment, and I join with Senator Sinclair in welcoming the fact that that particular judgment will be appealed or is being appealed, is a subject of appeal. It is quite sad, Mr. President, quite sad, that having regard to the crime rate, to the crime wave that has confronted us as a people, that we have invariably become almost desensitized. It is quite befuddling and concerning at the same time that the scourge of criminality in Jamaica has been almost normalized, such that there are some among us, even to this very day, including some in the precincts of this chamber, would believe that for us to be racking up in excess of 1,300 murders and 1,400 murders and even 1,200 murders plus, that is not essentially in the range of emergency. So, Mr. President, we have had many incidents of murder that are shocking to our collective conscience. You will recall a few years ago in Chapelton, Clarendon, Roshane Barnett perpetrated a most gruesome and horrific multiple murder. He wiped out an entire family. He wiped out a mother and I believe her 4 children, including one of the children, who was seeking to escape. She was seeking to flee. And Roshane Barnett, who thankfully is now in our penal institutions, perpetrated that. And what I have found, Mr. President, is that notwithstanding many of these incidents of murder and these scenarios that have been particularly repugnant, revolting, and I dare say shocking to our collective conscience as a people, when you listen to the discourse, certainly the narrative and the rhetoric emanating from some quarters, it is as though, Mr. President, there is a greater premium, there is a greater concern for those persons who are alleged perpetrators than there is for the victims themselves. And it makes you wonder, Mr. President, how can it be? Why is it like that? when lives are being snuffed out, the victims for the most part are poor, black Jamaicans who are domiciled in, marginalized and oppressed, or well, let me say, depressed communities. But when you hear some of the commentators, people who I would better describe as bleeding hearts, Mr. President, you get the sense that they are trying to play on the emotions of our people. When you hear them say, yes, when you hear them wax warm, and some of them are ostensibly ensconced in civil society and say that they are a part of civil society organizations. When you listen to them, you get the clear sense that they have more concern for the alleged and accused perpetrators than the victims themselves. So they try to play on the psyche of listeners, and they try to exploit the emotions of people by saying that the police are pursuing poor, black, inner city men. But if you think about it, what is the profile of the typical and average victim of murders in the country? What is the profile of our victims? The profile of our victims are essentially poor, black, marginalized, and inner city men. Excuse me. That is the profile of the average victim. And so it behooves these civil society organizations, yes, it is incumbent on them, Mr. President, to demonstrate, in as much as they ostensibly and are demonstrably preoccupied with the fortunes of alleged and suspected offenders. Yeah? It is incumbent on them to do similarly where the victims of crime is concerned. Mr. President, the Prime Minister has mentioned and spoke in very clear terms in recent days of the collaboration that the government enjoys with our overseas partners, our international partners. That collaboration, Mr. President, has been serving us well because it is creating conditions where it is a reality that the criminals no longer have the hiding places to which they would typically retreat. Yeah? They don't have the hiding places to which they would retreat. So when persons would seek to commit crimes and then go cool out in New York or cool out up in Toronto, having regard to the collaboration with our international partners, those days are essentially at an end. And I am commending, Mr. President, stiffer penalties as well for those persons who are domiciled or located overseas, who may order, are in the business of ordering murder, they are in the business of aiding and abetting murder. But they believe that because they are, situated outside of Jamaica's borders, that they can't be reached. Those perpetrators, Mr. President, those persons in the Jamaican diaspora, for example, who order, who direct, who aid and abet the commission of murders here in Jamaica should also be subject to the stiffest penalties available under Jamaican law. So, Mr. President, as I wrap up, the senator opposite, former National Security Minister Peter Bunting, has pointed out, as he has done in the past, Mr. President, that in terms of murder tally, what we have seen in the past 2 terms is the highest number of Jamaicans murdered. The truth of the matter, Mr. President, is that when the Jamaica Labour Party, shut your mouth and learn something. When the Jamaica Labour Party took office in February 1989, demitted office rather, in February 1989, Mr. President, murders for the calendar year 1988 was in the order of 439. Yes? Murders for calendar year 1988, 5 years old, was in the order of 439. And Mr. President, that kind of intellectual dishonesty and disingenuous reasoning by Senator Bunting has to be exposed, is being exposed, and is being denounced in the strongest terms. Because the truth of the matter is that they bequeathed murders in terms of a murder tally in calendar year for 1988 of 439. And by 2005, they took murders to 1,600 plus, such that Jamaica became the murder capital of the world. So when you took us to the ridiculous highs and the norms of well in excess of 1,000 murders, how can you turn around, having taken us to those new heights? Yes? Having taken us to those new heights, how can you try and turn around when we have been committing murders and having murders in excess of 1,000 for each calendar year, to say that this block of time has had the greatest aggregation of murders? That's a disingenuous reasoning, because you, the PNP, and you were a member of that government in 1993. 1993 to 1997, you were a member of that government. You know what is true? Your success is Jamaica's distress. That is what the truth is. Because you are the direct beneficiary of the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in this country. So don't talk to us about truth. Yes? So, Mr. President, I stand in support of these amendments and the 3 pieces of legislation that they touch and concern. I commend the hardworking men and women of the JCF, and I indeed commend the government for its unprecedented investments in our national security architecture, which, Mr. President, is yielding dividends, is bearing fruit insofar as the sustained reductions in murders that we're seeing here in Jamaica. For calendar year 2023, we had an 8% reduction in murders. For calendar year 2024, we had a 19% reduction in murders. And I dare say, Mr. President, I dare say, for 2025 year to date, the reduction in murders is in the order of 44%. I thank you, Mr. President. May it please you.
Thank you very much, Senator Morgan. Minister.
Mr. President, Senator Brown, please, thank you. No, Mr. President, we have many issues, but that's not one of them. That's not one of them. Oh, colleagues, I want to thank members on both sides for their contributions. For efficiency, I'm just going to say, on both sides, for their contributions to the debate. The truth is that the issue of crime and murder evokes a lot of emotions and a great deal of strong sentiment. And the issues that we are debating today are a part of that. So I take the exchanges that have been shared today in that context. I want to say that on that side, there is nothing that has been raised that would not be addressed either by the appellate court in the concerns about the strength of the sentences, if there's a sentiment that they are improperly imposed, or the Plea Negotiations and Agreements Act, which is not excluded by any provision that is put before us today. So that accused persons who feel that they are in a position to share information, to help in the solution of crimes, including and to make the work of the prosecution a little clearer, clear the path for it, they are able to negotiate under the Plea Negotiations and Agreements Act and to have a discounted sentence. It's not excluded by this. The issue of backlogs, I want to share with you that my view was that if we really wanted to be serious, what we would do is exclude the eligibility for negotiations from this whole scheme. But this was not accepted. It was felt that that might be a little too harsh. But to me, it is one of the reasonable approaches to send a strong signal. The balance that was taken was to not exclude plea negotiations and agreements, but to... Yes. So what the scheme is intended to do is so increase the standard, the starting point, life imprisonment, the definition from 30 to 50, so that when you discount, you don't get a miscarriage of justice. Because the sentiment is real in the public, that the sentences in many circumstances are not sufficiently strong to send a signal of the abhorrence. There's been, Mr. President, almost a normalization of the fact of murder. And if it is not a murder that is taking out 5 members of a family or decapitating an 85-year-old, then it's not heinous. Murder is wrong. It's heinous to decide to take up yourself, and not in a heat of passion, but to plan to murder someone else, to deprive a family of a father, of a son, of a daughter. It in itself is wrong, but because our murder rates have been so high, the society has become numb, and perhaps even the judiciary. So the legislature is raising the level of sentencing so that even where discounting is applied in appropriate circumstances, a miscarriage of justice that causes society to not trust the system to occur. So this is where we are. So, Mr. President, in respect of the proposal for a timeline for review, I want to say I understand why that would be proposed, and it's, there's nothing wrong with the suggestion at all. But Minister Ford has been reviewing the whole law reform process and has put a great deal of renewed effort and focus on organizing the process of law review and law reform. And the policy of the government is now to keep laws under review. So it is not anticipated, especially with the continued downward trend of murders, and at the same time, in parallel, although disconnected, the removal of backlogs from the parish courts across. We're backlog free across the parish courts. We're backlog free at the appellate court level, and we've made significant progress. And we've made significant progress in the Supreme Court, so that the issue of backlogs is not the problem that it was 5 years ago, or, you know, the progress is being made on all fronts, so that while that concern may have been entirely, it might have resonated very strongly, at this time it's not necessarily a concern. And as put together with the fact that plea negotiations are not excluded, we don't anticipate that this is going to cause any backlog or massive overcrowding in the prisons. I did mean to try to find some figures about where there is space in the prisons. And in fact, but that, I think that discussion will happen at another time. Mr. President, on the matter of adding the elderly and persons with disabilities, Senator Morris would know that this is an issue that's close to my heart. We had, in fact, discussed whether it was possible to bring forward treatment of women, elderly, and persons with disabilities, because there was a view that simply adding the aggravating factor for children was not enough and that we should add women. And then the other issue was raised about now also adding the elderly and the disabled as all vulnerable populations within our country. But the thought was to deal with children at this time, as there are no differing views, let me say, first of all, on the technical approach as to how this could be done. What I would like to suggest is that when this goes back to the lower house, if it is that you have discussions with your side and they wish to put it forward to the Minister of National Security, well, no, it wouldn't come back here. It wouldn't come back here. But the point is that it is unlikely to fit within the scheme that has been put forward now for children, because how it is addressed in the CCPA is quite different from how you would now deal with it under the Offences Against the Persons Act. And I fear that we would unravel what has taken quite a bit of time to knit together. And we would lose the intent of what we're trying to do today. There is the broader work afoot about dealing with offences against children, women, and persons with disabilities, and the elderly. And that is far progressed. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to bring that forward in good time. If not, I'm sure it will be picked back up again very quickly. Mr. President, just to also raise on the matter of rewarding our security forces. The fact is that our security forces have received their largest ever increases under this administration. To 2022, to 2023, to 2024, there was an increase from more than 90%, as a matter of fact, depending on how you can, from 169% to 200, if you're calculating as between constables to inspector. Depending on where you land in the range, you have received from 169 to 200% increase. From pre-2022, we have dealt with the issue of their well-being, their proper uniform and equipment. There's no question about whether any ballistic vests are old or expired or run out. They have proper facilities at their police stations. They work in dignity and comfort, and we continue to improve. There's also increased consideration of their mental health and counseling. I think that was largely ignored before. And so there is no doubt in my mind that the men and women of the security forces recognize that things are better now than they were under the previous administration. No, I want to make the point, I really do want to make the point, that it's disingenuous to say that now there is an offer for 0% and that flies in the face of what we are saying, which is that we salute the men and women of the security force. Nothing could be further from the truth. And not only has all that I have just said been done, but it was agreed, and the senator knows that it was agreed with the former Minister of Finance, that after the 3 consecutive years of increase, what would take place was increment and not wage increase in the following year, and then they would be reviewed. I know you were in those meetings, which is why you cannot put that forward, Mr. No, Senator. And so it's really disingenuous. It's really disingenuous. What has been explained to me from the Ministry of Finance is that that is what is agreed. So it is disingenuous to put that forward, Mr. President. And then to put that on the back as if nothing has been done is dishonest. So, Mr. President, I leave that with the men and women of the security forces to know who has actually been intentional about improving their circumstances and who is simply trying to make political fodder. So, Mr. President, I think in those circumstances, I maybe need go no further than to ask for second reading of the bill. Thank you, of the bills, Mr. President.
The question is that the bills, it is 3 of them. In fact, it is the Offences Against the Persons Amendment Act 2025, the Criminal Justice Administration Amendment Act 2025, and the Child Care and Protection Act 2025. There are 3 bills that the minister is asking to be read for a third time. Those in favor, second time, I'm sorry. Those in favor?
An act to amend the Offences Against the Person Act, read a second time. An act to amend the Criminal Justice Administration Act, read a second time. And an act to amend the Child Care and Protection Act, read a second time.
Thank you. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the 3 bills clause by clause. Thank you very much. I'm going to start with the Offences Against the Person Amendment Act 2025, and there is an amendment in relation to this act, and that amendment is to be found in clause 2. So I will first of all put clause 1. Those in favor? Against? An amendment in relation to clause 2 has been circulated, and it references sections, 2 amendments under clause 2. Would you like to just highlight them for me, please?
What I would just suggest, Mr. President, is that we simply note that the amendments provide, or rather the amendments as circulated, provide for the deletion of paragraph A and a substitute paragraph as set out, and the deletion of paragraphs C and D,
yes,
and the insertion of a new paragraph C.
Thank you, Minister. So I put the amendments proposed in relation to A, C, and D of clause 2. Those in favor? So I put now clause 2 as amended. Those in favor? Thank you very much. I put the title and, yes.
Title. I just want to find out from Minister, since you have indicated some level of agreement with the inclusion of those 3 categories, in sending back this bill to the lower house, if a notation couldn't be sent indicating or requesting consideration for senior citizens, persons with disabilities, and women to be included, because it is a concern to senators.
Minister.
Mr. President, while I note the concern and share the concern, given the technical complexity that we had just undertaken to address the matter of children, I'm not sure if the capacity to get that done in time without losing the intent.
I don't think the Senator is asking you to do that. He's asking you if you would just note the concern of the Senate.
Oh, absolutely. I'm happy to note the concern of the Senate. Yes,
Thank you.
I thought he was asking for something else. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes.
So I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Let me just deal with this as we go along. In relation to the amendments that we just took, that is to say the Offences Against the Person Act, the question is that I do report the bill as having passed with 3 amendments. 2 amendments. 2 amendments. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Okay. So in relation to, I have to just put, yes, good, excellent. Thank you for that just prompt, dear Minister. So in relation now to the Criminal Justice Administration Amendment Act, there are no amendments to this bill. So I put clause 1. Those in favor? Against? I put clause 2 in favor? Against? I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Okay. So that the question is that I do report this bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have that. And we go to the Child Care and Protection Amendment Act 2025. An amendment was circulated in relation to this, and if the Minister could just deal with that amendment as pellucidly as she dealt with the last, we can move quickly. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, the amendment is being made to Clause 2, in which there are 2 amendments being made to Section 78(3)(a). One is deleting subparagraph 1 and renumbering subparagraphs 2 and 3 as 1 and 2. And the second is in subparagraph 2 as renumbered, inserting the words next after the word the offender is, the words a person referred to in subsection 2b or. So it's as set out here, 2 amendments under clause 2 in respect of 78(3)(a).
Thank you very much, Minister. So I put clause 1. Those in favor? Against? I put the amendments to clause 2 as highlighted by the Minister. Those in favor? I put clause 2 as amended. Those in favor? Thank you. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? I do report this bill, that is to say the Child Care and Protection Amendment Act, as having passed the committee stage with 2 amendments. Those in favor? Thank you very much. So I do report the Offences Against the Person Act having passed the committee stage. This is without amendment. Correct, Minister? Okay. Yes, the Offences Against the Person Act 2, yes. Okay, good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Minister. I do report this bill, the Offences Against the Person Amendment Act 2025, as having passed committee stage with 2 amendments. Okay? As far as the Criminal Justice Administration Amendment Act, I do report this bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. And as far as the Child Care and Protection Act, members, I do report this bill as having passed committee stage with 2 amendments. Minister, you have a question for me?
Might I ask for 3rd reading of the bill, Mr. President? Bills.
So the question is that the bills, 3 of them, be read for a 3rd time. Those in favor? Thank you. Madam Clerk. Mr. Deputy
An act
Clerk.
to amend the Offences Against the Person Act, read a 3rd time and passed. An act to amend the Criminal Justice Administration Act, read a 3rd time and passed. And finally, an act to amend the Child Care and Protection Act, read a 3rd time and passed.
Madam, we're going to take a break. I hear a groaning from over here, you know, so maybe you want to release the staff from there.
Staff that has supported us through the 3 very important bills and the amendments made thereto. You have been incredible, and it's very much appreciated. As you won't be required for the procurement bill, that is the Western Water Order that was passed in the lower house on Tuesday. please feel free to depart and to go with our best wishes. Refresh yourself, and thank you for your patience and endurance today. Appreciate it. No more endurance.
The students, the offer that I made for you to join me downstairs remains. So if you don't feel like leaving immediately, you can wait. We shouldn't be more than 15 minutes, I would imagine. Senator Sinclair, you're what? Senator, Minister.
Thank you. Sure. Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Against? Thank you, Minister Morris-Dixon. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given that it is so late, I will not go through the entire water order. Just to note, Mr. President, that Mr. President, today we tabled and we seek the approval of the Public Procurement National Development Project, Western Parishes Water Supply and Resilience Improvement Program Order. Mr. President, the Public Procurement Act sets out at Section 33B to empower the responsible minister to declare by order, subject to affirmative resolution, any matter falling into certain categories as being excluded from the application of the Public Procurement Act. This declaration to exclude such matters is limited to matters falling into the category of public-private partnerships, certain class of goods, works or services, public body or national development project. So in order for us to exclude a matter from the application of the Public Procurement Act, we have to really take it very seriously, Mr. President. And such a treatment is reserved for matters of great strategic importance, and I believe that this is of great strategic importance. The Western Parishes Water Supply and Resilience Improvement Program is a multi-phased initiative which will affect the parishes of St. James, Trelawney, St. Anne, Westmoreland and Hanover, and aims to improve access to potable water and sewage services. This access is vital in supporting a sustainable economy. The program intends to build critical infrastructure and create interconnectivity between treatment facilities along the north and western corridors, which will remove the National Water Commission's constraints to distribute water across the network during outages, drought, change in climate or weather patterns, and peak demand periods. Mr. President, inadequate infrastructure and unreliable water supply threaten the long-term viability of the tourism sector and pose significant public health and environmental risks. And so it is absolutely important that we do this. I will go, Mr. President, down into the clause by clause just to note. The order begins by addressing preliminary issues such as enabling powers in the Public Procurement Act, which establishes the authority of the responsible minister to make the order. Paragraph 1 sets out the name of the order. Paragraph 2 defines the program as a development project, including preliminary engineering and design services. It will be executed in 4 phases. More specifically, Mr. President, phase 1 of the project will procure detailed engineering designs, goods and services for the execution of the works, the replacement of the transmission main between the Martha Bray Water Treatment Plant, in Trelawney, to the Great River Water Treatment Plant in St. James, to the Terminal Reservoir in Montego Bay, St. James. It will also include the installation of a transmission main between the Great River Water Treatment Plant in Hanover, and also it will look to rectify defects that
Minister,
we have seen.
you don't have to go.
You don't have to go through it? Okay, wonderful. So, Mr. President, we have put the water project on the table and the new order to make it designated a national development project. It will have significant impact in the parishes as named, St. Anne, Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland, and I ask that my colleagues support this order.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bunting.
We have no objection to this, and we support the order.
Why not? Can I just make a few comments, please? No, I have to. I don't need it. I'm not going to need it. Mr. President, I must make some comments on this, because when I look at the parishes that are going to benefit from having this declaration made, it includes the parish in which I live, parish of St. James. But then, having regard to the comments and what I know about the other parishes that are going to be beneficiaries of this is Trelawney, Hanover, and Westmoreland. And Mr. President, to be honest, when you look at the situation that exists now, and it exists, you have bad coming out of good. And when I speak of the good, I speak of the fact that St. James is the fastest growing parish. Right? The development that we have had, the growth, persons improving their infrastructure, the tourism sector and so forth, it has placed a significant demand for water. And the pipes that take the supply from Trelawney or from Hanover in the Great River, I mean, they have been in existence for decades, calcified, and you just have a great need for supply. And so when you look at a lot of areas in St. James, you have difficulty in having a reliable water supply. And to me, for the implementation of this project, it is, I mean, since I've been in the municipal corporation, for example, from 2003, I've been hearing about water plan and improving the water supply system. And with this, it is going to be a reality. A $27 billion or $29 billion project that is going to give us more water and improve water supply. So, Mr. President, I must support it. I must support it. And it speaks to how this administration is doing great things for the West. It was a similar approach that was taken in respect to the Montego Bay Perimeter Road. And I remember when we made the Montego Bay Perimeter Road a national development project, which has significant benefits for Montego Bay, Hanover, going right into Westmoreland, the movement of traffic and the potential growth that it gives us. I sat here and I heard from the opposition persons wanting to oppose Montego Bay Perimeter Road being made a national development project. So we have done it then, and we made it a national development project. I'm happy that the water improvement and resilience system is also being made a national development project. And Montego Bay, St. James, and Western Jamaica will benefit tremendously. Thank you very much, Madam.
Mr. President, I now move that this important motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Thank you very much, Minister. Those in favor? Against? The ayes have it. Senator Shireen. Senator Goldenkamp.
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Thank you, Senator. Those in favor? Against?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, very briefly, the report of the Regulations Committee deliberating on the segregated accounts companies Forms Regulations 2025 is before you. I imagine members would have quickly reviewed it. It's not a very long report, but just to say, Mr. President, that the regulations really are setting out the forms that are proposed for the application process to become registered as a segregated accounts company, and another form for the objection process if one is objecting to the proposed registration of such a company. So without further ado, Mr. President, those forms really are quite simple and quite straightforward. And so I ask, therefore, Mr. President, that the motion be approved.
Senator Bunting, Senator Brown.
On behalf of Senator Fraser Binns, who have asked me to say we agree, I just want to add for my own sake that I hope that the people, including people who may be sitting in the Parliament, will honor the regulations, abide by the requirement, because I've noticed that when we pass regulations, that's the point I'm making, so that when we pass things, that there are people who are even members of Parliament don't comply. For example, the beneficial owners of companies to be declared to the Company Office. We have seen cases where that has not been complied with. So I urge people, as we support you, Chairman, that we comply, especially with things like the beneficial ownership, which is so key to anti-money laundering and criminality, because that is some of the biggest part of criminality that we face. And it's sad that people among us don't comply. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Chairman Bolden Campbell.
Mr. President, might I ask the Senate to approve this motion?
Thank you very much. Those who have heard the question, those in favor? Against? Minister?
Mr. President, might I ask for recommittal of announcements and notices of motion given orally?
Members who have heard that question, those in favor? Go ahead, Minister, please. Announcements.
Also laid on the table of the Senate is the Electricity Wheeling Regulations 2025 and its resolution under the Electricity Act.
Yes, Minister?
Notices of motion.
No. Notices of motions given orally.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate I will move, whereas by virtue of Section 55(1) of the Electricity Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may make regulations for the purpose of giving effect to the provisions of the Act, and without prejudice to the foregoing, such regulations may make provision in relation to such other matters as the Minister considers necessary for the administration of the Act. And whereas on the 28th day of January 2025, the Minister made the Electricity Wheeling Regulations 2025, and whereas it is provided by Section 55(1) of the Act, shall be subject to affirmative resolution, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Electricity Wheeling Regulations 2025 resolution, and 2. The Electricity Wheeling Regulations 2025, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 20th day of June 2025, are hereby affirmed.
Thank you very much. And we return to public business.
Mr. President, it is not intended to do any further business. Might the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed?
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Against? This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. Thank you very much, members, for the extended time that we have had. And also, thank you to the members of the Clerk's Office all members of staff who went through the luncheon adjournment. This Honorable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
I'm abused. I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of it. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and